now. So
wait, I thought I was supposed to get. Are we supposed to get all of our racist shit up now?
Okay.
Hey Ken, can we do one prompt in Mid-Journey during the pre-show?
Yeah, sure. We have like 10 minutes or so. Do you have something? Okay.
Those women
I
better
have
stay in the
a
kitchen.
description of my character.
Okay.
I do not have a prompt though.
Everyone, get your favorite obscenities ready. Ken is about to stream.
Hold
We
on.
already did it.
All right. I'm sharing my screen. And
Okay.
This is League.
It's
this is the wrong
my guy is supposed to be a large, hulking man.
Is this the part where I'm kicked out from the cool kids?
With scaled skin.
Hey, woman, why are you not in the kitchen making
And
anything?
then, you know, Victorian clothing. That's it. That's all there is.
I was gonna say something.
But
really
you can't
cute
use
about
hulking
that.
because that'll just give you the
it'll
Hulk.
turn him into the Hulk. Say like a brutish man. Or
I
something.
use hulking, so.
Oh, you used Hulk. It's gonna give you the Hulk.
Fucked up. You fucked up.
So as
What
this
is that above
generating,
you right now?
Let's. This is the black man defeating the white man.
That's not what you asked for.
You're the one recording that, by the way.
So I'm just reading prompts.
What is seeing me?
That was a prompt.
Wait, is this supposed to be the motherfucker? Wait, what is it?
Why is the guy from The Boys?
You son of a bitch.
That's his stand.
Oh my
What do you
god.
White man defeating white man? How
He's
the
defeating
fuck?
the white man.
His stand just gets behind him on his knees and then you push him over. And
That's his power?
Yeah.
It's pretty
Yeah.
powerful.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Don't get
The
caught.
jujitsu move.
It'll put you in a bad spot. Alright, so while we're waiting for that... Hey, there you go.
Ooh,
that's kind
that
of
came out good.
Bottom right.
Bottom right, dude. Yeah, bottom right is sick.
But he doesn't see the problem I had with is getting scales on his
He's
skin.
not scaly. He just looks like a fucked up
But
Hulk.
top right
left?
isn't right isn't terrible.
Top right isn't terrible.
Oh, you moved
okay.
all of our sheets.
Maybe he changes his scales at will.
On and off. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this. Save. And then this.
That one actually does look sick.
That looks really good.
Just in case, Barry, I'm gonna send this to you right now while we wait for the other one.
Okay, sounds good.
Do you see they're using AI art in the new Wizards of the Coast D&D book?
Are they? Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Yes, the half man centaur.
That makes sense, but I feel for the illustrators that basically got off contract for that.
Apparently, it's illustrators. I don't know. There's a big controversy on the Reddit about it. I don't know. Like, yeah, but then the quality was like awful. Like one of the creatures had like human feet or something. Like you could tell it was AI.
I'll give you a human
There's a big
feet.
hoopla about it.
It could be, as we've described, as a more positive way of using it to speed up the pipeline for drafting.
Yeah, at that point, all you're doing is just selling your idea, then, right? Like,
well, sort of. Like you take your best drafts that our prompts can give us, and then we take professional illustrators to redo those drafts the normal way, but with the fine tuning that we wanted to get out of it. So in concept, we could take instead of like 10 ideas for the week, because that would normally be what our concept would be, we could give you 100 or 1,000 ideas, but the same team. And so then we take that same team and go like, okay, which ones do we like? Which ones we don't like? Okay, how about these? And that lets us get through way more. So you're probably going to end up
that'd be
seeing
cool.
WotC.
That ended up working that way.
Yeah, you're going to probably see WotC books with way more illustrations than they would have prior, simply because the pipeline is faster now.
I hope they go down that road.
That would be really cool. The dystopian one is they fire
Just
everybody
fire
by
all
one.
the artists.
Or yeah, they fire all the artists, and it's just now the same salespeople are also prompt engineers. So you're going to have these images going to print with AI artifacts. A lot of people with 7 fingers, and they're like, "That's just D&D. It's fine. It's normal." All right.
Not a bug, it's a feature.
It's waiting for it to start. But yeah, go ahead and upload that to your character sheet, Barry, and I could also make a token just in case.
Oh, I did not update or upload my picture thingy.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of that right now in the pre-show.
Does it say inbox 1600?
It's fine.
Can I upload it myself or no?
Yeah, you can upload it yourself.
I need to use the roll advantage fucking
Launch game.
Launch
game.
Just if you send it to me, I can take care of that for you.
I'm watching you do it. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can learn too. That's awesome too. All right, so we do this, and then I need to. I think our thing is 140. So we do this. Did I download this? Good. Go here. Watching magic happen now. Download token 11. Cool. That's good. And then we do this. So you are bricks. This is your stress.
Mm-hmm. Copy image. So I assume we didn't get one with scales. That's what
it's still waiting to process that.
Oh, okay.
I have a couple more minutes.
How do I change this? Remove avatar.
140. Cool. And then I go here to Brix's thing.
Okay, and how do I upload an avatar now?
You can just remove the portrait, and then...
Oh, okay. The first time I clicked it, it didn't. Okay. Oh, I have to...
Yep. Alright, bricks. So this is the new bricks.
Okay, and then we upload... Berry 1.
Alright, so with 5 minutes left on the clock, I do want to go over some structure that I want us to follow through this. Given that Blades in the Dark is much like a guided conversation, it doesn't have any turns, so to speak. But it does follow this sort of shared narrative space that we're all going to be contributing to. So much like if you were to sit at a round table with 8 other guests at the dinner table, when someone is speaking, it would be your job to just listen. And if you are speaking, to be mindful that we are only here for 4 hours, which seems like a long time, but it will fly by much faster than you think. So when you are saying a line, having a scene, doing an action, anything that you can contribute your voice to the narrative, be considerate of your other players, because they may want to be able to slice in their own part of the action as well, and you want to give them ample amount of time to do so. We are going to also operate on a sort of agenda where we are trying to drive our narrative forward to specific breakpoints as the night goes on. This is to ensure that we are able to get through the session in a productive rate so that we don't end up leaving with like cliffhangers or anything on the table. We want to be able to use the entire system as we go along. So sometimes that means that we're going to have to truncate some things to push forward, but if we do things succinctly and we're prompt with the way that we speak, we should be able to knock out a mission or a score within the 4 hours that we have together. Does anyone have any questions on that?
No, sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool. There will be a little bit... There are 2 breaks that we put in here, so don't worry, I'm not going to keep you in your chair for all 4 of these hours. But I do want to kind of TLDR you on how the structure is. At the beginning, we do the traditional character intros where we spend about 15 minutes kind of going through like, who are you, what do you do kind of deal, what does it look like kind of the thing. Then we will engage in the meta channel, which is like we'll break character, we'll kind of speak as to what kind of mission that you want to do so that we can kind of steer the direction there. We'll spend maybe about 30-40 minutes getting the job and kind of like the preliminary prep work, and then we'll do a 15-minute prep phase of like how does the legwork work, how do you go about planning for the score, that kind of deal. Unlike games of Shadowrun, which we can have 4 sessions worth of playtime that is just legwork, we're only going to do 15 minutes of it because most of it is covered in what is known as the engagement role, where we smash forward and we fill in the details with all these cool little mechanisms that you've learned on your sheet in the form of like flashbacks and stuff like that. So if you've not seen Leverage, it's basically how most episodes of Leverage or Ocean's 11 would have gone by. The majority of the time after we do the engagement role is the score. It's crime time, baby. So we'll break everybody out into like the different teams or the groups that they've decided to go into, depending on how you've decided to handle the score, and then we'll try to telegraph the entire thing as we move forward with clocks, trying to show you how close you are to your objective. All the while, you are trying to add to the narrative using either things that you think are cool, or if you don't know what's cool, you can also just use the XP triggers on your character sheets. Your sheets themselves all have things that you get rewarded XP for doing, expressing, or portraying in the narrative. So, don't know what to do? Just look at your sheet. See what it prompts you to do and how you can get mechanized bonuses for it. The last 5 to 10 minutes of the session, that's all we're going to do. We're going to do the paperwork, try to get everybody the XP or the rewards that they need, so that the characters can advance. So it's in your best interest to, as you get time in here and you're able to slip in your words, do stuff that gets you XP, right? All right. So about a minute left to go. Questions, comments, concerns, doubts, cheers.
Doubt everything.
I think I'm going to be terrible at this.
I need a drink.
You're good.
I'm scared.
That's fine.
I mean, I'm afraid I don't have a real personality.
Well, we play to find out what your personality
no idea
is.
what I'm doing.
It's okay.
Okay, that actually makes me feel better. Yay.
I'm going to do my best to hold your hand throughout the majority of this thing. But I will let you know that this game is very player-driven. Most of what I will end up doing...
That's why I'm scared.
...is I will prompt you for things, and you take the reins. So on that note, 7 o'clock. Welcome, everyone, to the first episode of Strays in the Dark, an ongoing Blaze in the Dark campaign in which we take our band of filthy scoundrels and see whether or not they can make it in the cutthroat streets of Doskvol. I will set the stage with a little bit of a prompt to kind of get everybody into the mindset of what we're looking at in terms of our setting. The year is 857 Imperial Era. Lord Aidan Alexander, an imperial minister known for campaigning for Skovlander representation, has been found dead in his Doskvol estate. Conor Canavan, leader of the militant Fighters for Skovland, has openly accused the ultra-conservative Doskvol Legion of the National Cross for murdering the pro-Skovland lord in an act of political violence all too familiar with the group. Scores of pro-Skovland citizens begin to abandon their much-needed work at the factories and docks to take to the streets and demand justice for the late Lord Alexander, while the leader of the Doskvol Legion, Konrad Adler, urges his bands of street fighters to square off against the demonstrations in a show of pro-nationalist force. Commander Anastasia Cleland of the City Watch has appealed to Colonel Prince William of the garrison's 7th Brigade of the Imperial Army to deploy their soldiers to help secure the streets, though the prince himself seems hesitant to commit the army for what he still believes to be a localized affair. You are members of the Devil Dogs, an up-and-coming organization of fighters and operatives that have become known in the Doskvol underground for your professionalism in less than legal enterprises. Will you be able to leverage Doskvol's precarious situation to your benefit and profit, or will you be swept up in the chaos and destroyed in the coming storm of violence? Who will you side with, and how far will you be willing to achieve your goals? So with that note, welcome to our introduction. Why don't we go ahead and introduce our cast? I will start with Taliesin Creed. Who are you, what do you look like, and what does it look like while you're preparing for your next big score?
Taliesin Creed is kind of a short, lanky individual. Androgynous, kind of young looking, even though they're like late 20s, early 30s, but they just have this like kind of youthful vigor about them. It's probably just the complete manic kind of mentality that they have in most things that they do. They look a lot like the picture there, very like fiery red hair, green eyes, burn across the right side of their face. We might get into that, why they have that later, who knows. Like I said, they're kind of short, lanky person. They have not pictured in the picture, they have a knee brace around their left leg to kind of like keep their leg steady because they were born with like a twisted leg. And yeah, that's about that for description. Huh?
You chose a life of crime.
They chose a life of crime, yeah.
Okay. Very good.
You know,
what does it look like when you're in between jobs, preparing for the next one?
It's usually a combination of tinkering with various explosive devices and, chemical compounds and cooking up some, various ordnance, bombs, gunpowder, things like that.
Skovlander special.
Skovlander special, of course. I think this time, though, we see them, they're in an alleyway and they have, like, a big old bucket of paint and they have this paintbrush and they're just painting over propaganda posters and just desecrating them.
That's right. Fuck the man.
They're just committing acts of vandalism right now because we're in a very political time right now, and Taliesin is very active in street politics.
The best place to debate.
Of course, debate in the streets. In fact, there's a poster that says, vote for a free Skovland. They're painting over it. And they're just saying over the poster, they're writing, vote with gunpowder.
I love it.
And they're singing, I said Irish, Skovland folk songs, of course,
Perfect.
While they're doing it, and having a grand old time. Not doing any real work, but that's kind of typical for Taliesin.
It's going to be a good time to have you. All right, next up, Reverend. Who are you? What do you look like? And what does it look like when you're preparing for the next score?
If you have Ken's stream up, he has the image there. I can't find it on my computer right now, but whatever, it's fine. And I'll just do a little scene. So I think the camera zooms in, it comes in, and you're in a church, and it's going down the alley in the middle, whatever that's called. I don't know what it's called. And you see her, just like how she looks there. She's got the hood up, and she's kind of like solemnly praying there. You see her hands clasped. You see some prayer beads around her wrists. And she's just sitting in silence. And you can hear through like the sinner's box booth on the right, someone is making a confession of some sort, and you hear like an amen, and the booth door like slides open. And from one side is shadowy, nondescript man leaves the booth, and a moment later, an older woman comes out, and Reverend immediately looks over towards her direction, and this woman goes by the name of Mother, looks over towards Reverend and says, will you escort the sinner from the church, please? And Reverend stands up, walks over to him. He follows her out through the front of the church, and he like does a nod towards to Reverend, and Reverend nods back, and as soon as he goes to turn, you see her like instantly hit him straight in the face with like a heavy left hook. He falls over, and then by the time the camera turns around, you just see Reverend closing the door of the church. And she mumbles something under her breath, like, God be great.
Absolutely brutal. Love it.
That is Reverend.
Very nice. BD McDixon, who are you? What do you look like? And what do you do in between the scores? BD McDixon?
Sorry, I exited the channel instead of unmuting. My bad. Yeah, so I kind of didn't want to come up with a token, just because honestly, I think BD McDixon his image should live inside the mind of each player and just be the largest, most alpha Chad that anyone can imagine. That is what BD should look like. However that may look like to you. So big, beefy, huge bulge. There you go. And so
John.
Thank you.
That was what I thought too.
Perfect. Hey, you got it. Excellent. All right. So, honestly, he's not really sure why he's compelled to this whole crime world. And he really, really wants everyone around him to think that he's on top of it, that he knows what's up. But the reality is he kind of doesn't. And but he has a lot of overconfidence that he's hoping will mask that lack of knowledge. And if you've ever seen Ghost Adventures, he's a lot like that the main guy that just yells at ghosts and tries to provoke them into hitting him or hitting his friends.
Oh my god, it's so cold.
Show yourself.
Show yourself.
Yeah. So, he's kind of, to be honest, not very interested in any of the political stuff that's going on. He's like kind of vaguely aware of it, but he's really more interested in himself and figuring out how he can prove his worth to other people around him.
Nice. I hope this is a good adventure for BD. All right.
We'll see.
Next up then, Ignatius Max. Who are you? What do you look like? And what do you do in between the scores?
I'm fucking handsome, and I probably slept with your mom. Some famous bloke said, spies go undercover. They take on different personas, but I'll be fucking honest. I don't think it's only two at this point. And you can call me the halfling, because I don't fucking know you. And you don't know shit about me either, because again, you don't fucking know me. Between the scores, he's probably getting possessed. And also collecting trinkets or little artifacts, which is how he got his name, the halfling. He's a short, kind of brutish, handsome young man, and that's all you know.
Oh, mysterious. All right. Next up, Halson Chevreau. Who are you? What do you look like? And what do you do between scores?
Okay. I'm going to post a video in our Discord channel. This is how I imagine her intro is. You cut to a stage. It's a decrepit stage with tattered curtains and some broken spotlights, but there are a few that work. In the crowd, there are benches kind of cobbled together from, beams and stones and stuff like that. But it's still, despite the rough appearance of everything, there's this sort of electricity in the air, a sort of waiting, an excitement. And after a pause, everyone goes quiet, the house lights dim, and the working spotlights flash onto the stage, and front and center is Halson, and she is done up in full makeup regalia. She's wearing a coat with coattails. She swings around a nice black cane. She's wearing fishnets and boots. I guess kind of Lady Zatanna-esque if you're DC fans. Zatanna, kind of that look. A very classic, yes, glamorous musician look. And the song that I posted is the song that they play. It's just like this musical number, and everyone's done up in really good makeup, right? Everyone's done up in makeup, and this is how everyone, could, if you're in her circle, this is how you would see this opening number, and it's they're I don't want to say it's like interpretive dance, but I guess it's just a song performance, and Halson is singing, and it's kind of haunting. I guess if you want, it's kind of like Amy Lee from Evanescence. It's kind of how it's in my head, and there's dancing and acting, and I just thought, hey, we're called the Devil Dogs, so why not have a opening number with a reference to a Devil Dog adjacent. So there you go.
Oh, that's sick.
Dashing performance. I love it.
Is this a sponsored musical?
Sponsored musical? No, it's just sort of an illusion. That's all.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Brix Bowden. Who are you? What do you look like? And what do you do in between scores?
Yes. Brix Bowden grew up as an orphan and didn't actually have a name. He got the moniker Brix from all of his friends as a child, saying he was dumb as a brick. And from a distance, he resembles nothing so much as a black bear in a suit, walking on two legs. But when you get closer, you realize that his skin is actually covered with fine scales everywhere, marking him as one of the Ticheros people. Yeah, the Tikarosi people.
That's cool.
And his general approach to anything is, if it gets in his way, he hits it with a hammer. In between scores, or his fists. In between scores, he's generally drinking himself into a stupor or fighting people in the pit fights.
Love it. Brutally honest and a great Saturday night. All right. Arden Colburn, who are you? What do you look like, and what do you do in between scores?
Arden is an older gentleman dressed in a fine military jacket, but the matching trousers aren't there anymore. It's now just a pair of leather hunting pants and boots to match. Still has the tricorn from the war days.
Well, you were
Arden
a
likes
fighter in the war.
A veteran.
Mm-hmm.
Used to be a military instructor. Then they drafted me into the war. Fucking Skovlanders.
Oi!
Bold words. I'm pretty sure almost half the cast is from Skovland, so that's going to be hilarious.
I spend most of the time in between our jobs or whatever, just drinking my trauma away. Sometimes I do maintenance on the guns, and sometimes I play with my hunting dog. Maybe sometimes it's all three. Oh shit, I dropped the spring. Go pick it up, Fido.
Fido, some days, I swear, you're the most reliable thing in my life.
You're the only one who understands me, Fido.
You really get me, Fido, and it's because you can't talk back to me, so I like that. That's wonderful.
Just an old man haunted by the past.
Dang. Well, hopefully, Arden, these adventures will bring you closure, or rest, or something. Sorry for your loss.
Here, Taliesin, if I go crazy, shoot me.
Hey.
Easy choice.
No problem at all.
Easy choice. Oh, when you go crazy. Oh, all right. Last but not least, Prince Aaron Weber. Who are you? What do you look like, and what do you do in between scores?
Aaron is he's 5'10", caramel color skin, long hair, wavy. And I'd say I would open it with like a smash cut. Right now I'm in Lute's Tavern, having a drink, just talking with people, and just trying to gather information from, what was her name? Angie?
Ooh.
Ariel? Yeah.
You don't remember.
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
Nobody does.
But man, she had some really nice nails. And like while I'm having this interlog in my mind, like someone is across from me, they're talking and we're having a drink, and I'm here, I'm eating chips, like, nodding my head. I'm just not into it. Like, God, this Connor guy. Oh well. I guess we'll try to find out what's going on. And that's pretty much it.
Rough night, Aaron. All right. Well, thank you. That was an excellent cast introduction, everyone. I think right now, then, let's go ahead and jump out of the characters for a little bit and get a little bit meta. So, I provided, throughout the week, a couple of job prompts that I figured some of you might be interested in pursuing for this. Because Blaze in the Dark is a game about heist, we usually need to pick a score. So based on 4 that we provided here, I wanted to know if any of them collectively to y'all piqued your interest. We do this out of character just to kind of speed past a little bit of the roleplay that may clash in there, and so that we can kind of hone in and see how the job gets done, or how we can get that job. So, the 4 that we had were Conor Canavan is looking for explosives, Group Captain Felix begs for the rescue of his daughter, Mylera Kev wants a debt collected, and Inspector Hung and the case of Lord Alexander. I saw that a lot of people were leaning towards Mylera Kev wants a debt collected, but I wanted to know if there was any opposition into going in this direction. This seems to be a score that will pit the Devil Dogs against the Fighters for Skovland, an up-and-coming liberation faction that is very pro-Skovland, on behalf of allies of the Devil Dogs, known as the Red Sashes. So, does anyone have any opposition to that, or are they interested in pursuing in another direction? And if so, we have about a minute to hash it out.
A whole minute?
That's the one I would have voted for. I mean, it sounds pretty straightforward.
A whole minute, that's right, Prick, 60 seconds.
I mean, if we can keep our allies in our pockets.
My character isn't so much pro-Skovland as he is anti-Imperial, so...
That's fair.
My character has no problem with this.
Yeah, Reverend is also Skovland, but not to the point. Like, she doesn't care.
Towson's pro-Skovland, but more is interested in trying to keep our business intact at the moment than fighting for some abstract, cause or rebellion. And I think that Canavan is just kind of completely off his rocker.
All right. I think we'll lean in that direction then. So with that, I'll go ahead and read off the prompt that started this. Prince Aaron Weber sat silently at his normal spot in Lutz's tavern. Joining him was his companion for the evening, a beautiful woman that we never really figured out her name. But it doesn't matter anymore. The illusion of companionship was shattered the moment that she began talking about business. I apologize, my prince, but Lady Kev insists that this matter requires your organization's talents. She continues. Prince had a feeling that he recognized her face from one of the Red Sash's dueling schools. As you know, the peace between Lady Kev and the rabble of the Lampblacks is no longer in effect. This means she has had to take extraordinary measures to consolidate our assets in the face of this open war. Unfortunately, some of our clientele have not been particularly forthcoming with the debt that they owe Lady Kev. The band led by Conor Canavan is of particular note to her. Prince continued to stare through her, taking her request for business, while doing his level best to maintain his composure in the face of his spoiled leisure. As she has supported you and your Devil Dogs, she now asks you to return your favor. You are both to collect Canavan's debt and to make an example of him for crossing Lady Kev. Okay, so why don't we do this? I'm going to transition us to a little bit of a planning screen. So you should see a bit of a map of Doskvol and a couple character tokens at the bottom. We'll use this to sort of differentiate where people are at for specific scenes, and then that'll help keep track of like who's with what and for where. So for this first scene, I imagine that if we're pursuing the score for Mylera Kev and the Red Sashes, who would go to her estates in the Crow's Foot to meet with her and discuss terms of this arrangement? Consider that this is a sort of a business venture. You're meeting your patron, an ally of your group, but who is also going through difficult times and is in a position where they are pretty needy for cash.
Are we talking out of like players, I'm assuming, or as players, or out not players?
If we're we're talking out of character right now to kind of
like who's going for the planning mission part, I guess.
Yeah.
Like who wants to be in that scene or be involved in that scene, And if you don't know right now, but you feel like as we're speaking, you're like, oh, actually, I actually want to do a thing, please feel free to insert yourself into the scene in however way you see fit. I don't want to leave anybody out of these kind of things.
I think Ignatius Max would like to go. Definitely.
Do you want me to go with you?
The Prince would probably be there, I'd imagine. Reverend would not be there, and probably not until the actual mission time.
You definitely don't want Taliesin on a diplomatic mission. Just saying.
I don't speak as good as the old days. Better count me out.
I mean, shouldn't we have some sort of kind of... how friendly are we with these people? We
Pretty
are
friendly.
Friendly, right?
This is
We're
the
friendly
best
with them.
friends we have.
These are
Yeah, I was
the
gonna say,
best friends that you have.
They're the best friends. I was going to say, we shouldn't need, like, muscle with us.
Your core allies.
I think we're maxed out on the
Well,
staff.
yeah, but you got to
Get the money and they let
there.
us work.
You got to get there
great arrangement.
safely and get back safely.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think
that's
I'll
true,
be
too.
there
All
just as protection on the way and not actually say anything.
Makes sense.
After all, I'm
grunts.
dumb as a brick.
All right. So, we'll start the scene then. So, Ignatius Max, Prince Aaron Weber, and Brix Bowden are venturing to the compound of Mylera Kev's School of Dueling Sabers in the Crowsfoot district. The Red Sashes operate out of an old hotel in which they teach their Eruvian falling sword art style to both their disciples and rabble off the street for hope of maintaining this cultural legacy of theirs. As the three of you approach the compound, the streets of Crowsfoot appear far more tense and dangerous than they were before. Artifacts of the gang war between both the Red Sashes and the Lamp Blacks have become far more apparent, with the number of bodies that litter the streets far increasing than it were before. Whereas once you might see one or two dead Red Sashes or Lamp Blacks, now you see the result of a battle where there are 3, 4, maybe even 10, and the citizenry are becoming numb to the violence itself. When you approach the compound, you notice that the majority of the guards around there are no longer Sashes members. They are not dressed in their traditional Eruvian garb in their red cloak and silks. Instead, you see what appears to be regular Arcosi wearing a preliminary red sash around them. They seem to be hired help, and they are bolstered with their presence all around the compound. You approach the first gate, where a man is dimly lit by an electroplasmic light, where he asks who you three are and what is your business here. What do you do?
We have business with what was her name?
Mylera Kev.
Miss Clev.
Lady Kev herself. Interesting. Not heard a word of it. Well, anyone seeing Clev needs to surrender their weapons right now. And he kind of gestures over to a pail bucket next to his guard station. Go on then.
Well, it's a fucking shame I only brought my lips. Can't put that in there. And he just moves past the guards.
Oi. Can't move past yet. Need to check. Do you submit to being checked?
I do.
Are you carrying weapons?
Yes, I have a concealed pistol, which, from the description, is apparently hard to locate on my person.
Fantastic. Do you wish to keep that with you?
Yes.
All right. How would you be able to keep that concealed from being checked up and down by this man?
Let's see. I guess it would be a prowl roll.
If you want to roll prowl, then yes, I think that or finesse. Either one I think would be suitable.
Finesse and items, employ, subtle misdirection, or sleight of hand. Okay.
All right.
Is there teamed? And can I help him or no?
Absolutely. You can incur a stress for a team action in this regard. You can lead a team action in order to be able to stop or be able to assist in boosting his dice.
Wait, I can assist him in boosting his dice, and that's done by what? Incurring a stress?
Yep, you take 1 stress, and then that character gets a bonus dice. So we're doing this right now to kind of teach how the action goes.
Okay, yeah, I'm not helping you fucking sneaking a gun to our best friend. Or yeah, you're on your own for this one, fam.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just standing there, staring.
He pats you down. You attempt to hide it in however misdirection that you do. I imagine that you are a bit of a crafty spy yourself. How do you
Actually,
go about it?
I'm gonna do this a different way. I'm gonna use sway instead.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to talk him down from it?
Let's see.
This man seems to be a low-paid.
Yeah,
drag.
I'm going to try to use logic here. I'm saying, oi, I'm the fucking mouth of my group. You see this man here, armed to the fucking teeth? He's the one who needs to put the weapons down. Prince, I don't know what the fuck he carries. I don't give a shit. Do I look like I carry fucking weapons?
Just shrug my shoulders and be like, where is he going to hide it? Look at him.
He gives you the once-over, and if you're going to roll sway, I would say your position is controlled, because I feel like you are amongst allies, but your effect would be great.
Okay. Bonus dice, how do I gain... Besides taking stress, is there any other thing I can do?
You can take the Devil's Bargain.
I'll take a Devil's Bargain?
The Devil's Bargain for this extra dice is that if you are caught in there... let's see. The Devil's Bargain. Okay. So... you are trying to convince him that you are allies, that you are just the mouthpiece.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm the leader.
I am standing behind him holding a large warhammer.
Jesus Christ.
So that should be something of a distraction.
I think that the Devil's Bargain here is that if this this deception does not work the way that you want, I believe that the red sashes would probably imprison at least just you for an unspecified amount of time and or resources to get you out for your transgression. They are in the middle of a gang war right now, and I don't think they would suffer this kind of behavior easily. But take your dice.
Gotcha. It's 1?
You get 1.
Okay. Let's go.
Fantastic. So we rolled a 6, 3, and a 1. We take the highest result, which is a 6. You get what you want. No strings attached. Right, Gov. Sorry. I've only started working here recently. Didn't recognize you. Go on ahead. And they let your gang through.
Oh, I imagine Prince and...
Yeah, do I have to put my weapon down?
Was your intention just get yourself in there?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
I mean, obviously he's not going to be able to hire a big-ass warhammer.
It probably doesn't even fit in the bin.
The probably doesn't fit in the bin.
You want to stay outside or you want to come inside?
I will take my warhammer and attempt to drop it in the barrel.
Yeah.
But it's just going to smash the barrel.
It crushes, and other assorted flintlocks and sabers, now bent and broken, just spill out. And the man just kind of looks like, oh, right.
I look at him. This is where I can have nice things.
What? You asked me to throw it in the barrel.
Fucking great. All right.
What's the name of your character?
Bricks.
Bricks. That's probably almost half as fucking heavy as B.D. Dixon's.
All right. So let's smash forward into the interior. So within the dueling house, we actually see a series of Iruvian sword instructors who, in their traditional silk garb, are attempting to teach a set of various street urchins from across all of Doskvol into the art of sword fighting, knife fighting, martial arts, something. And you're seeing the sort of mixed results. Some seem to be doing all right, but the majority seem to be just getting hurt in the training process. You are led upwards by an aide to Mylerna's office, where upon entering, you see her sparring with a training dummy furiously. She seems to be exasperated and frustrated, and after another flurry of blow to the dummy itself, she does another cleave of her saber, which cuts the dummy's head, which rolls right into a pile of additional dummies' heads, before kicking it into the floor, and then kind of sighing and rolling her shoulders, going, Still.
Everything all right, love?
She immediately draws her saber toward the door, and you see like this sort of paranoid expression come across her face, like she's ready to fight, and recognizes her aide and the three of you, and just lowers her blade. Well, forgive me. It's been a rather eventful series of days recently here. Please, come in. You're let in to have seated down next to an ornate table with a series of accoutrements from Aruvia. The aide begins to pour tea, and she starts wiping the sweat off of her brow, looking towards the cup in a sort of like a haunted, extremely frantic manner. Her face itself just kind of seems like it's now contorted in sort of like these lines of stress. You can tell that Mylera is a young woman, but whatever she's going through right now seems to have aged her at least 10 years or so, as she nervously sips her tea and then glances over at you guys. So, I imagine my missive must have reached you then, yes?
Certainly, and we're here to make your life a little easier.
Thank the gods for that. I've recently, as you've no doubt heard, have had my run of trouble with the lampblacks in the district. They seem to have taken the death of the ward boss Rorik quite boldly, and have begun to attack us openly. Though we are holding our ground, it is just that. You have perhaps seen our newest blood? And she kind of gestures over the railing where there's like a bunch of basically conscript poor guys attempting to fight with sticks and fake swords, just absolutely getting pummeled by Red Sash members. They are the least promising batch so far, and yet it is all we have to offer on the street.
Well, it's a good thing that the Devil Dog's at your service then, eh, love?
I'd expect no less from my chief ally. In any case, in order to be able to continue our war effort, and she sort of looks at where there's like a sort of like a coffer or a chest that you feel like it looks like it could be ornate and like full of coin, but she kind of looks wistfully at it like there's nothing in there. There have been arrangements that we have made with other factions of the city, loans that we have provisioned out, and debts which we need collected. Unfortunately, the largest of these debts seems to go unpaid by a group of individuals who I thought better of. You've heard of Conor Canavan and his Fighters for Skovland, yes?
I don't have a fondness for the Skovlanders, but unfortunately I have heard of them.
Seems that not much in this city does. A shame. They seem to share the same struggle that many Aruvians go through. However, perhaps the rumors of their being debtors themselves was not unfounded. In any case, Canavan owes our organization a large sum, and he seems to refuse to be willing to pay it back. I need that money, if there's any chance for our school to continue to survive.
Yeah, well, that's no problem. We could easily come to an arrangement on that. What were you thinking about offering us in return?
She sort of winces, thinking that she called you here for a favor between allies in Doskvol. Yes, money, of course. Seems to be all that Doskvol cares about.
No, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about artifacts. Something curious, antique.
Oh, it's gonna fucking roll my eyes. Here we go.
I want some shiny shit.
Maybe something that's got a little ectoplasm in it, you know?
Ectoplasm. Devil dogs are now dealing in paranatural? Interesting.
Oh,
You know,
no, we're not. He's just.
listen,
What can you offer us?
we're just trying to expand our repertoire, deal in multiple things.
Mechanically speaking, she can offer your crew the sum of what would be 10 coin for the organization. So that would be 1 coin per each member of your faction, plus 2 for the faction itself. So this is the baseline that she would offer you, given that your services are fairly of well repute, but that she's also kind of hurting on coin herself. I'm afraid we can't really offer you much in the way of the abnormal. At least not yet.
What if we do it for 6 and you owe us a favor?
You would be willing to lower your payment for a favor from us?
I'm like raising my eyebrows at Max right now, like, Right?
Why not, love?
I'm pretty dumb, and so I'm just gonna say, I'm not giving up my share.
That's exactly where I was gonna go with that. I'm like,
Get your
All right.
share, love.
So let's jump out of character really quick. So everybody on the crew, you're like members of the audience. 10 coin for the thing gets you basically currency for everyone on the stack. Dropping it to 6 coin for the favor, I would absolutely open the floor up for like a roll to see if we can nail that favor. With like, it would be significantly easier to do it. However, that means some of you will not get paid for the score. So before we,
I would argue that Max shouldn't get his score then.
I mean, no doubt that would probably end up being the case. So, but before we commit to that, I just want to make sure, does anyone else have any idea on that? Or do you think that perhaps you can leverage it both ways?
Maybe 8 in a favor then?
I was going to say, can we sway her?
Well, don't we pay them to operate in the docks?
It's a tribute.
Ooh.
There is a... Okay, I'm hearing what you're saying.
Well, if they want us to do this thing, maybe, we don't pay
tribute?
them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe lift the tax.
Yeah.
At least temporarily.
Permanently.
Oh,
I
interesting.
mean, permanently is pretty aggressive.
In perpetuity.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that would be for 5 months, right? Or for 5, whatever the time is.
How would you convince Mylera Kev to lift it either temporarily or permanently?
I guess I would ask her, like, how much money does he owe you, and how much will that take your organization? How much would that invest into your organization?
Oh, I'm embarrassed to say he owes us far more than I'd be willing to lend normally. I truly did believe in his cause for his people, but I'm afraid he has shown himself to be an actual charlatan.
So yeah, like mechanically at that point, if he owes her like a metric fuck ton of money, then at that point she may be okay with overlooking our taxes, one could say, our tributes.
That's fair. It sounds like, given the war that her people are going through and the fact that she's kind of hiring drunks to fight in the streets for her, I'd say she's not in a good spot to negotiate too well.
Yeah, I mean, without swaying, that's what I would suggest.
Okay.
And then if there's any like too much backlash, then I guess we can go into rolling dice.
I think she'd be willing to hear your propositions out, but as all things that are uncertain, I think we should.
Yep. Yeah. Go. I mean, that's how I would go forth, John. Unless you want me to tell her.
There's a couple ways you can go about it. You can just have an individual attempt to use their best stat on this, or you can teamwork it, right? So this is taking stress to give that player plus 1d and suffering the consequences of the roll. You can lead a group action where one person will call for it, and then everybody contributes somewhere or another. This is basically saying many of us will roll, and then we'll only take the best result. But the leader of that group action takes the stress for every miss that gets rolled.
Yeah, I'm willing to. I wanted to use my sway and have Prince kind of come in and.
Oh.
Yeah.
I want to see what happens. Yeah,
So do you wanna do
I'm
it
cool
as
with your sway, but then I'll
group
follow
action.
up if you fail.
Okay. So I think that the setup here is we have Brix is clearly like being very pragmatic about the money. I want my share. You know, I kind of like this is very clear. Prince is reminding Mylera of her actual reality. That she is actually not in a position to really call the shots here or bargain on her behalf. If this is indeed a favor, then she is the one who is at the disadvantage here. And then naturally, Ignatius is the one who can kind of drive the deal home with the final talking points. So with that, yep.
Quick input. So if we're doing a group action for sway, and I have no sway, am I not useful for that?
Well, what would you do in order to drive your point home? Do you smash your fist on the table and start breaking more things? You think you're in a bad spot now?
I mean, with my background as a Skovlander soldier, I don't know if I could use consort and use my background to talk about how her soldiers, in quotes, wouldn't be worth anything in a real fight.
Absolutely. So yeah, you're trying to appeal to her sense of camaraderie and the reality of her actual team.
Yeah,
definitely.
Just convince her that she's fucked without us.
Definitely. Yeah. So that's like the risky standard roll. You would roll your consort, and then we would see what we get. So go for it. Yep. And then I'll move on to see what Prince rolls. And now,
how do I do that?
Just we click sway.
No, he's not really sway.
Oh, I'm gonna go. Oh, I'm going.
No, I click
going to
consort. And it's risky.
Yep, risky standard. So Brix basically is having a moment where he's recalling his experiences as a soldier and relaying just the precarious position that Mylera Kev is in.
Risky, standard, submit, bonus dice. Is that my... I have 2 in consort. What do I put for bonus?
It's already rolling those dice. So
okay.
Unless you're taking the devil's bargain, pushing yourself, or you're receiving assistance elsewhere,
okay.
You're not get a bonus dice.
Okay.
Wow, a 6. So we're already going to get what we want. I don't actually think that we need to keep rolling for the other ones, given that like you're going to get what you want. And I think that Brix's story in particular actually reaches Mylera. So everyone's making really good points. But when she looks at Brix and as he's expressing his particular experiences behind all of the things that he's gone through and the state of the Red Sash's soldiers, she sighs and goes, you know, maybe if we had more people like you, we would have already ended this war with the Lampblacks. All right. So what is it then? I'll then relieve you, at least for now, for your debt. And she kind of like throws her dueling saber at the map, which like just sticks into that area where the docks are. Consider that my grace for you in exchange for your services for us. So yeah, I'm going to, I think mechanically speaking, for this job, you don't have a tithe to the Red Sashes when you finish your score.
Like just for a month, for once, or for
the
how many?
For the loop. I think that if you wanted to work towards completely removing the tithe, we could talk about a long-term project, or we can talk about eliminating Mylera Kev.
Oh my god. Okay.
Now you're talking.
No, we'll move on.
All right.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I know.
So, at this point, you are still seated with Lady Kev in the room. You know, she's given you what you need to know. Is there, so mechanically speaking, anything that you want to learn from her? So knowing that, and specifically how action rolls work here, you always want to give me what your ultimate goal is. So if there's anything that you want to pick up here, this would be a good time to fictionally pull it out from her, if that makes sense.
Where is Canavan located?
Okay. So he moves regularly. As imagine a freedom fighter does. He keeps picking new locations, though. I hear that there's quite a large number of Skovland Nationalists gathering in the Charharlo district, just south of us.
Does he have any weaknesses? Does he like alcohol? Does he like women? Does he like men? What is he like?
Well, they say he's quite the charismatic individual. I've never met him, unfortunately. I believe that there are some depictions of him around the streets. Handsome fellow, dark hair, beard. I imagine it's what many people imagine all Skovlanders are. Weaknesses, though, I suppose. So he's looking for money. That's how he got us.
What about, do you know anything?
Mechanically, is there anything I could do with a study roll by studying her person to glean any information?
Let's find out. So, what are you trying to see if there's anything that she is not being forthcoming with?
Yes.
Okay.
Like insight.
Cool. I think that can be arranged. So you are like reading her expression, her body language, and everything like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything my former military intelligence background could glean.
Absolutely. All right. I'd say, yeah, you can roll. I would say your position here. She seems quite nervous. You are in the lion's den, but this is just talking, so risky. But you are an intelligence officer. I'd say your effect is great.
Okay. And I will take a devil's bargain if...
Oh,
Goodness gracious,
spicy, bro.
Absolutely. You can take +1 die. The devil's bargain is
things up.
That there is indeed something paranatural about this job.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's do it.
Okay. So you get a 5, so this is a success with complication. I think that as you sort of continue to read into her expression, she kind of notices how much you're prodding her for more information. And at some point during your exchange, and perhaps it's because you keep angling for the I'm looking for like paranatural rewards or things like that, she's like, well, if that's what you're looking for, then fine. I suspect Canavan may indeed have something that might catch your particular fetish. Have you heard of the Blade of Skovland?
The Blade of Skovland? No.
Have you heard the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
I want to feign like I don't understand, but I
Once
really
was
do
a man
understand.
named Ricardo Red.
I have no idea what it is. Hello?
It is a Skovlander legend that supposedly ornates the new king of the Skovland people. It is rumored that Canavan is either in possession or is the heir to this blade. If he were to have it in his possession, it would be worth an untold amount of coin. However, I have also heard that the blade itself is fucking cursed. With the blood of both the Unity Wars and all the terrible things that the old Skov kingdom has done to this land. So, if it's true, and it exists, by all means, take it from Canavan. But remember, I need him brought here to be made an example of. Be careful with cursed items, Ignatius. And I think like the complication is that this sort of interrogation sort of sours her perception of the devil dogs. I think you should take -1 to your relationship with the Sashes.
Can I
Is that under
Yeah, so if I can actually have a scribe, so Dan's usually pretty good at it, but there's a sheet that's called the faction thing in your journal.
Faction.
Yeah.
I got it.
Or...
Yeah,
Oh,
and
I see it.
you'll just sub one from the red sashes.
So it's 2 now.
Yeah, it should be
Yeah.
2, which is still strong. But yeah, she gets kind
Guys
of
are fucking it up.
Yeah, they're fucking it up. Shut up.
I don't know. They just spawned the fucking Sword of Skovlander, so...
Is there any way that I can kind of butter her up? And like now, I'm trying to get back the fucking point that we just lost.
Damage control.
Damage control. Yeah, yeah.
I think for the
Is there
sake
any way that
I think for the sake of brevity, we
Do good on the mission.
Do good on the
Okay,
mission.
cool.
Bring
Do good on the
her. Bring her Canavan to be made an example of, and then rob him blind in order to be able to get back the coin, and then we can talk about the aftermath and how that goes down.
Do you? I guess if we're leaving, before we leave, you never really said. You said made an example out of him. You want him dead?
Not just dead. I need Canavan to be made into a message for everyone else that owes me coin. Ideally, I would love to make that message myself, but I'm a little preoccupied here in the Crow's Foot. So, if you can't bring him to me, ensure that all of Doskvol knows the fate of debtors to Mylera Kev.
What if I
was gonna say, I look at Bricks, I'm like, well, I get what you want, chap.
Excellent. What if I crush his bits with my hammer?
Make sure that Doskvol knows that those bits are Conor Canavan, and I'll consider the job done.
Cool.
Just write Conor Canavan with his entrails.
Yeah.
Before we leave,
I swear to God,
I do want to tell. I want to tell Prince and I want to tell Bricks that the information that we learned about the sword is to stay between the 3 of us. And if it does get out,
You fucker.
Funny.
Well, I'll agree to that.
Hands in, guys. Let's make a pact.
Yeah, sound good?
I'm a spy.
Okay, yep, sounds good.
That is fantastic.
Hello?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Alright, so I think...
We've already had a party member possessed.
Oh god, it's happening! Okay. So, I think the meet goes good. You get your job. You even end up negotiating, like, a thing that might be interesting, and mechanically you will not be paying for your tithe, for this particular score. So all in all, I think it's pretty good. Let's move over to the prep work and planning phase behind the score. So we have a couple of objectives that we need to fulfill before we can launch our score here. Namely, it doesn't look like Mylera knew where Conor Canavan is. She had a general idea, but
in the Char Hollow, yeah.
What would the crew do? So I'm imagining, you're coming back with your information, your freaking sick-looking dark tower in the district of the Six Towers. You make it past the trap door that leads to a pool of white things underneath it, and you meet up with your entire crew. I'm just reading on what people have described as inside your tower. It's quite wacky. And as you relay this information to them, which I'm imagining there might be some things that you're withholding, what would the crew do to ascertain the whereabouts of Conor Canavan? Could be S, it could become. Yep, fantastic.
I was personally, just mechanically wise, trying to leverage my special ability for this by contacting one of my information brokers, Jason, by using Consort.
Okay, so consorting with an info broker. Now, I would let that happen, but John, we did do a few rolls already for you, so I would like to see if anybody else has something before we go with that one.
Yep.
I mean, that's what his character's good at. I'll let him roll. Fuck it.
I don't have a role here, but Taliesin would offer to go ask around and look for Canavan.
I would follow you.
Leveraging the fact that, Taliesin is kind of known to be very outspoken about the Empire.
Fair.
And being a Skovland national, maybe,
Keep it fucking down.
Yeah.
So,
Ignatius, that's not my style.
Ignatius goes to his leads with Jason, and Taliesin and Brix comb the streets and just start asking around.
I'd like to go with Taliesin and
I'd go
Brix.
Yeah.
I just want to hang out with them, yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
That's probably a smart idea.
As soon as we're walking down the street, I turn to Taliesin and I'm like, "You want to hear something funny?" The lady said.
Oh,
She said there's some kind of fancy sword. Something about a Skovland king.
I'm just rubbing my temples, like,
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I don't know.
What were her exact words?
Hey, is there PvP in this game?
I don't know,
in this
but
game?
Max seemed really adamant that I not tell anyone.
I was gonna say, can I sway?
I'm not
I was gonna say,
anyone, Brixie.
someone needs to be
I'm your buddy,
swayed, right?
Taliesin. You can tell me anything you want.
That's why I told you.
Oh, man.
Taliesin will pat Brix on the... Try and, pat him on the shoulder, but it's, the small of his back because Taliesin is so much smaller than him.
How long ago was this meeting?
Oh my god.
I would say that it was probably earlier.
It's been an hour.
In the night or whatever. Yeah, it's probably not even been an entire day.
You have to remember.
Are you sure?
Brix is dumb as a brick.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You trusted the man named for his lack of intelligence.
Yeah. Are you sure? I would kind of do the... Oh, not the Owen Wilson, but when I put my finger out there,
Wow.
and then I'm like, are you sure that's what she said?
Oh my god.
I end the conversation with, but remember, don't tell anyone.
Oh my fucking god.
I wouldn't dare tell a soul, Brixie.
I think
you can trust me.
I think he might be confusing with the Sword of White Crown. I don't know why.
I love that Prince is always just driving we could still salvage this. We could still fix this.
I remember because I was in the Skovland army and it was Skovland King.
Oh my god. Taliesin, how do you go about leading your crew to figuring out where Canavan would be? How do you comb your streets? What do you say? You shout to people?
We are going to Char Hollow and we're going classic pub crawl.
Oh yeah. I think I think you should lead a group action here and then go slam through things. How do you guys pub crawl? What action would you use? I'm just looking
Consort.
Okay, so you're consort. What about Prince?
Consort, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Consort, you're gonna do it anyway, and then Prince, what would you do?
Or maybe survey?
So
would
Brix
survey count?
is just talking to people, absolutely getting lit. Survey's totally cool because you're trying to you're just observing as you drink, or you're going to there and you're looking at things that might be things
Talison's very good at basically just eavesdropping in conversations and then swooping in on the information when it's convenient.
Love it.
And so Talison's just getting drinks and hanging out and talking loudly about Skovland, maybe singing some songs.
Love it.
And seeing what the general reaction is and just kind of sticking around the people who are kind of doing the same thing and see if Canavan's name gets dropped at all.
What about you, Prince? What are you doing in your crawl?
I am just trying to find out more information. I would say I'm just kind of depending on what the other two are doing and the reaction, I would say I would be more swaying.
Okay.
Manipulation.
So I think that all of these are risky standards. Let's start with Prince. So go ahead. Roll your bones, roll your sway, and seeing how you can go about and just schmoozing people.
Position risky.
Yeah, it's risky standard that I'm going for.
A standard bonus dice none.
Oh, fantastic. You get your 6 there, so we don't even have to do the rest of the group actions to not take any more stress. So, through all of your collective schmoozing, Talison's trying to infiltrate of the Skovland crowd by like just becoming a part of them, and then Prince's just a general conversation and trying to convince people to get more information. You actually, because I think I see a 6 in there, you end up in one of your crawls at the oldest pub in Char Hollow, which is called Kellen's. It's a massive, like multi-story with many basements type of pub that's been around for hundreds of years, and you see the Skovland flag all over the joint, and people are singing the songs and everything like that. And through here,
Oh, Talison's having a wonderful time here.
this is the place where you actually see it with your own freaking eyes as he walks in with his cohort of like 11 big toughs, all like in the various garbs of the fighters for Skovland. Fucking Conor Canavan himself at this location. And he goes into the basement, like it seems like he's always looking over his shoulder, and with them they're carrying like some kind of massive chest, and they're moving it down into the bottom basement before they lock it up. So we know Canavan's here at
Boys,
Kellen's.
did you fucking see that?
Boy, this was a pretty obvious hiding spot, if you ask me.
I mean, we really should have come here in the first place, but I'm really glad we came here last, because I'm having a buzz going. I don't know about you lot. You could drink the entire place under and not feel a thing, Brixie.
What fucking timing, lads?
Oh, I've had enough to kill a mule deer.
Oh, come off it. Another round of the Skovland whiskey for us.
Hey! The whole place cheers.
I take the fucking, like, I take my shot, but instead of, like, drinking it, I actually, like, throw it behind, like, my cheek so it just falls on the ground. Yeah, I've been drinking
The
water this whole time.
bartender pours the shots. I just grab the bottle from them and start drinking from it.
Woo! The devil dogs must have a lot of money. Okay. No, but I think that this is fine. Today is a proud day of the FFS, so now you have that information. Let's zoom over now to Ignatius Max. Where do you meet Jason? How do you guys normally meet? Because he's an intelligence operative, right? Or an information broker. How does that scene get set up?
Ooh, it's probably in the basement somewhere. Maybe in the Silk Shore.
Ooh, I like it. Okay. So I think that you get off of a gondola, you get pulled into a small little, like there's like a bunch of like clubs all around there and like little bars and everything, and then there's this sort of like unmarked hole in the wall in between like the red banners, tapestries, and like fluorescent electroplasmic neon signs. And it goes into what is an extremely smelly, think like low tide alley, kind of damp, with you're pretty sure that was probably a body that you had just passed, and now you're in this dank, dirty cellar that begins to smell a lot like flowers and various incense burning, and a robed man is waiting for you in there. He waves and goes, "What took you so long, Ignatius?" And it's Jason, your information broker. What are you trying to find out here?
I am trying to find out where we can find Canavan.
All right, so
Yeah.
I think that, well, we know mechanically where one of the things is. Let's do the roll here. So you're trying to like call in a favor to get this kind of information. What is the action that you would like to call for?
Consort.
Okay, so go ahead. I think that Consort, yeah, I mean, you guys are buddies, and I feel like the relationship that between you two is mutually beneficial, so I think that that should be risky standard.
Alright, so I get one bonus dice here for, because I'm using my ability, weaving the web.
Oh, can you tell me about it? Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm using consort to gather information for a score, I get one dice.
Oh, that's nice.
And I also want to take a devil's bargain.
Okay.
John!
So I think that the devil's bargain here, you are really challenging me today. It is, all right, let's see. It's Jason, the information broker, and you're trying to gather information. Okay, I got it. The devil's bargain here is that you are not the only, or rather the Red Sashes were not the only gang that Canavan owes money to.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Alright, so go ahead. You may take your extra dice.
Alright. Shit. Okay.
Hey, alright! 1, 6, 4, and a 2, so that's a 6. I take the highest. So, Jason goes, "You've probably heard the rounds that our Skovland freedom fighter has decided to be creative with how he has funded his operations. Naturally, this means he's gotten into bed with all sorts of interesting characters, one of which you have no doubt is Lady Kev and her Red Sashes. But another quite well-funded organization, which perhaps may be an underdog in this situation, is a religious group known as..." Ryan, what's the name of Mother's group?
Amazing.
Spiritus. Well, I thought that they were some sort of branch of the Church of Ecstasy, but no, they have their own agenda, and it seems their own interest in Mr. Canavan's adventures. I suppose, no, the only interest they have is the one that they intend to collect from our young Skovland freedom fighter.
So I guess we better be the first to fucking collect, eh?
I would highly advise that, but of course, as an intelligence officer, you already knew that.
So is it true he's got a fucking blade?
No.
The blade, yeah.
I've heard this
Special
rumor
fucking
before.
blade.
Perhaps, but if this were the case, I imagine it's yet another relic that our Skovland champion has pilfered from some other coffer. Why? Are you interested these days?
Just trying to put the feelers out there. Maybe trying to sell it.
Interesting. I never thought of you as a fencer or a historian.
Oh, you know me too well. Fuck you.
Well,
I'm not up for sparring. I'm not up to dick today, so thank you, Jason.
anytime. And I think, like, the light in that cellar flickers for just a moment, but Jason has already disappeared.
Batman.
Was he actually here? What the shit? Alright, so what do we know so far? We know that Canavan is at a big pub in Char Hollow called Kellen's. We know that he's surrounded by a bunch of toughs and a lot of pro-Skovland rowdy drinkers who are celebrating the Fighters for Skovland's movement towards a freer Skovland. And we also know that Canavan is kind of a scumbag and has borrowed money from a lot of people, including the faith gang Spiritus. So there may be a competing interest in this score. I think we've got a pretty good amount of objectives and information here. Is there anything mechanically that we would want to know else?
No, I just sat back down and heard that, though. I had to step away for a second.
If the Spiritus people want him as well, do they also want him dead? Do they want him alive? Like, what's their conditions for him?
Can I just ask, what do I know, or what does Reverend know about from that perspective?
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, what do we know? I guess. Yeah.
Okay, I think that what Reverend would know is that Mother is extremely entrepreneurial with how she wants to develop Spiritus. But in her sort of crusade to push her own values and beliefs, because as we have in your intro scene, she is fairly vindictive, I suspect that she is not interested in the money. She is interested in Canavan.
Alive?
Yeah, I think that per Spiritus's modus operandi, he is to confess his sins.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay.
Ooh, is this information that only she knows, or
I mean, Reverend can disclose that as she wants.
do you want to, or no?
I don't think she's close with any of you guys yet.
Okay.
But I will say, just because you're a spy, if you want to obtain that information through your own channels, that's fine. But I don't think anyone else would know.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like, yeah.
Do you just hang out at the church all the time?
Could know.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, in her free time, if she's not actively doing something, basically.
Yeah. So I mean, I feel like am I gonna be like the go-between between everyone? Where it's like
Welcome to the
on
life
everyone's
of a slide.
downtime. Yeah, pretty much. It's my job to effectively find people. Find the people of the group at least, because finding people is Dan's job.
Yeah, I think you know where I'm always there.
Yeah,
I'm not
and then it just kind of chat and let you know Caravan or the information from fucking her name.
Oh,
Mylera.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mylera. And then you can tell me like, oh, well, this is what we want. I'm like, huh. In my mind, I'm like, well, we're at odds, but I think we can make this work. I'm like squinting in my head. I'm like, we can make this work.
Does Mother know or care about the sword at all?
No, I don't think that's any of her concern. At least not until somebody tells me that they want a devil's bargain.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'm all caught up. Sorry, I had to step away for a sec.
Yeah.
Next person with
Yeah, we know
devil's
you will.
bargain is going to be on the wrong end of a brick smash.
Keep asking
Yeah,
for
I know.
devil's bargain, and you know what else? They have a nuclear weapon. Okay. All right, so let's do it then. I think we have enough details in order to be able to kick off the engagement roll. So because this game basically tries to avoid like the big planning phase as to what we do, how we sneak, and everything like that, the only thing that I want to know from you guys, y'all bravos, is what is the point of attack? So in your sheets, or your character sheet, I believe that there is something that tells us how the engagement roll is to work here.
Assault, point of attack.
Assault, point of attack,
power.
yeah. So tell me how the engagement itself is going to go down. What is the detail that you're giving me? Let me see really quick. Engagement roll. Where's your detail? No, you'll have to excuse me. I thought I knew this off the top of my head and had this printed out.
The only thing is planning and load is where those are under. If that helps you at all.
Yeah, so
If you're on the character screens.
let me see this really quick.
Does Arden have a rank?
Oh, we never talked about that. Yeah, I knew that he was an instructor. All right.
Or,
And do you care being like one of those things? Just professionalism is why.
I was probably a lieutenant.
Okay.
All right. So here's how this goes. There are 6 different plans behind the engagement roll, and you just give me a detail. There is assault, which is do violence to the target. Deception, which is lure, trick, or manipulate. Stealth, which is to trespass unseen. Occult, which is to engage a supernatural power. Social, which is to negotiate, bargain, or persuade. And transport, which is to carry cargo or people through danger. What is the plan that the devil dogs are going to use?
I'm going to safely assume everyone wants to do assault.
Bravos are pretty good at that.
They
They
Anybody
have a
in
lot of
opposition?
punching power.
Maybe deception, but assault
Ooh,
is good.
deception. I mean,
I think I might have to try to do transport.
Well, this,
I mean,
it
okay,
is
like
one
mechanically,
plan. Yeah,
Do we all do the same, right?
it is.
Mechanically, this is kind of like my plan. Mechanically, Clev wants him to be made an example,
Yep.
right? She doesn't care how, whether he's dead or alive.
Right.
Irrelevant. She just wants to be made an example, right?
Right.
I guess my mechanical question is, are there any features to Connor, Connor that everyone knows? Like, does he have like a ring? Does he have like a tattoo? Does he have a scar? Is his arm like? Is he missing an arm? Is his foot weird? I don't know. Like it is. So that's, yeah.
When I said smash his bits, I didn't mean smash him to bits.
No, I know. Smash his dick. I get it.
Yeah. But that's, I mean,
bring her his dick.
Because my mechanical thing about it is we can actually, if we're smart, everyone can get what they want.
Canavan has, I suspect, in like the various rallies or the depictions that he has a branding on the back of his neck. It is something that gets pushed into all Skovland forced laborers as a result of the war.
Oh, like a fucking
barcode?
It's like a
barcode. Yeah, I was gonna say
it's a serial.
Agent 47 barcode. Hey, cool. Why don't we just instead of just straight killing him, we can just fucking scalp?
That.
No, scalp his fucking neck.
Oh,
yeah,
and then
he'll be fine with
and
that.
then give him to Mother, and then everyone gets what they want.
Pretty good.
Taliesin, I know what Taliesin personally wants, and that's to keep Canavan alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. You can live with your skin missing.
It's true.
Yeah, what happens after Mother?
Not my fucking problem.
All right, so guys, to keep on track, what's our plan? Are we to assault the target? Is that how we're going to go about doing this? Will we be using deception instead? Are we going to be quiet and do sneaky? Are we going to use ghost and do occult? Are we going to try to talk it out with him in a social environment? Or will we be using transport to try to like carry people through danger or smuggle cargo? This one seems to be the weirdest one here, but
Taliesin's down with either doing like diplomacy or like deception, but is also fine with assault, so any of those work for me.
I think our highest chances of success are assault or deception.
okay.
Yeah, I'm sure me and Bricks are gonna go for assault.
Hearing a lot of assault then. So then this
I'm
is the
hearing a
only
lot of
thing that
assault.
I want to know. What is the point of attack?
You said that there's a basement, right, where he's in?
He went into a cellar underneath.
Yeah, into the cellar in the bar place or in Keller's, yeah, or Kellen's.
Yeah.
Maybe out of character, we just send in like Prince first until he can get like visual of him being there, and then once you can confirm he's there, then we smash and grab.
You might as well just fucking. Is there someone guarding the door?
Yeah, no
And then
doubt.
We need to have like 11 guys with him or something.
And all of Kellen's and all the
We have-
pro-Skovland fighters.
We have elite thugs with us.
That's true. 2.
And it does seem that we are welcome in Kellen's as of right now.
Yeah,
Maybe not after
everyone.
tonight.
So maybe
But
deception
the
is more
lieutenant-
the thing. Like we get in, we get visual. Like maybe Prince goes in with like maybe Taliesin,
Interesting.
and then we get like visual on him. We try to maybe gain like an audience with him or something. And
Yeah.
We're
that's
supposed to
when
be
we do
professional,
the-
remember?
That's when we
That's true,
switch and
that's
we do
true.
the smash and grab, and everyone else like swoops in, and we grab him and get out.
Lure, trick, or
we're-
manipulate. So now your detail that you have to give me is the method of your deception. Are you pro-Skovland fighters too? Are you here to join the cause?
We
Yeah,
could do that. We could have,
that would
like,
probably work.
we
And
could even
half of
take
us are
Reverend,
Skovland.
like, it could be like,
so we
oh,
probably half of us have
Reverend
these
Brick-
barcodes.
Which one of us is who here is Skovland? It's
aren't you Skovland?
Reverend Bricks
Yeah.
and me, right?
Yeah, okay.
I believe so.
Can I just like send a fucking ghost?
Nice.
Ghost.
Yeah, yeah.
Spoofy ghost.
Do I have to do an action roll for that?
Well, we have to
Or
do
do we have to
the
come to
actual-
a consensus
We have to come to a
first?
consensus.
What would
Okay,
your
got it.
what would your ghost be for?
A Skovland ghost.
A ghost of a dead Skovland warrior.
No, the ghost of the dead Skovland king. Right? Isn't that the sword?
Oh.
Can you have the ghost of the dead Skovland king follow me?
All right,
I'm gonna
guys,
regret this.
hang on. So right now what's happening is you're falling into the trap of over-planning. So
Yeah,
that's
you
true.
need to, it sounds you want deception. The detail sounds like you're going into Kellen's under the guise that you are trying to fight for the cause of the FFS. Is this correct?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's the easiest way to get in, I think.
You're right. Let's calculate your advantages here. So I'm going to give you 1 dice for luck. I will give you... Is this operation particularly bold and daring? You're in the lion's den of the FFS.
It's pretty bold.
Yeah.
I'd say if
bold.
this goes bad, you are outnumbered at least 10 to 1 right now. So you are going to get another dice. So you're rolling 2 dice. Does this plan expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? No, because you are actually attacking them right where they live. Can any of your friends or contact provide aid or insight for this operation? Not particularly, though I will give you an extra dice because of Ignatius Max's weaving the web.
Good job.
Are there any other elements that you want to consider? Maybe a lower tier target gives you +1 dice, higher tier target -1 dice. You know that the fighters for Skovland outnumber you dramatically, and they're way better equipped in terms of your tier. You have your fancy personal kit, but your lads are nothing special. I won't give you any bonus dice for that. So, we are rolling 3 dice, and...
Can I try to make the argument that it could be hitting him where he's weakest? Because he wouldn't expect, like, pro-Skovland people with actual barcodes on their neck to, like...
I mean, everyone...
that's who you would least expect.
Oh, like hit, like...
No, it's only Skovlanders have the barcode.
Okay,
Yeah.
But then we have to...
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, would we have it?
We need to lead
Yeah,
in
why
then.
wouldn't we be?
I guess we would, yeah.
But that's contingent on then the actual Skovlanders being the ones to put their neck on the line, so to speak.
Yeah, I thought
Everybody else
that's
is
what we
there.
were doing.
All right, fantastic. Then you
Yeah.
get your 4th dice. All right.
You're welcome.
So here's how this goes.
It's the 3
Highest-
Skovs and Prince.
highest result. Well, the thing is, everyone will have a part in the score. You have to tell me what that part is as we slam forward in there. But let's just see how this goes.
Of course. It's just us with our,
So I'm gonna roll
We're in the
4d6,
middle.
and then we're gonna go to the bathroom for 5 minutes.
Oh God.
So, you lucky fuckers, you got a 6.
Oh, shit.
All right. Go to the bathroom. That is great news. I will be right back. 5 minutes, guys.
Just a
Barry,
note.
I can't believe you said that you thought you were gonna be off. You're a fucking natural, man. You're killing it.
Yeah.
I know. Bricks is amazing.
Fucking literally the
Favorite
fucking
character so far.
a minute into this.
Best establishes himself.
I think it helps. You read like a lot of books, right? I'm sure that goes along with it in some way because you're very descriptive, but you're also very like entertaining. I guess I don't know.
I love that. No, you said not to tell anyone, and you're not just anyone, so I'm telling you. It's perfect. Not 10 minutes after getting the secret.
Yeah.
Hey, Taliesin, I heard something funny.
You didn't see, I DM'd to Ken. I said I agree, but the first thing I'm going to do is tell Taliesin.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I came in with like, okay, you're telling the wrong people this vital piece of information.
I think out of the entire party, Taliesin was the one person you really should not have told.
But
Does Ignatius know that anyone else knows?
No.
But I literally fought for Skovland in the war, and I know Taliesin is a Skovlander, so I'm like, Skovland sword, Skovland king, Skovlander.
Well, so is Reverend, but I feel like Taliesin is
She's way more distant.
Outwardly Skovland.
She's
very vocal about it.
In my head, Bricks has never actually spoken to Reverend.
Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't speak much. She's not very social.
I feel like, I think Ryan would really understand this. I feel like the monkey from like Gurren Lagann, like I have no actions. I'm just here to witness everything.
The monkey. Wait, which one is the monkey?
The what's his face?
The monkey that you forget is there.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a monkey?
Yeah, he's the monkey in the
Hold
beginning.
on, I'm Googling this.
Yeah, he's
his
like...
name is,
I only watched 3 episodes, and I remember there being
he's
a
the
little
first
annoying
antagonist.
monkey.
For season 1 antagonist?
Yeah, He's in the whole show. And
Okay. No, I thought you meant like a party member or something. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, technically, he does become he is a party member
later on. Sure.
Yeah, B-roll. There you go.
I gotta rewatch that show. It's
B-roll, because Lord Genome makes him immortal, but he's like fucking weak. Like, you serve no purpose. Your purpose is to fucking recount history. That's it. You're just a witness. I'm like, God damn it.
I like it that you kind of got your fingers in all the pies, basically.
That's literally my job.
As long as you don't put your finger in my pie.
Yeah, exactly. That's why my at least that's going to be like my main kind of goal, is to try to be everywhere that I can.
My headcanon is that like everyone that comes and like confesses their sins gets like knocked the fuck out for being a sinner, but like you're the only one that returned. And you kind of like have a loose friendship there.
Pardon me?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I mean, I have.
It's like, oh, this guy's got spunk. He's got pride.
I've been hit once before. Moxie.
Yeah, Mother likes that.
Mother enjoys.
If we had more time with Lady Clev, I wanted to ask her to spar.
You're stubborn, I guess.
I'm gonna drink up here.
Oh no.
And by spar, I mean, well, everyone else would have to leave the room.
Taliesin wouldn't.
Let's go.
Taliesin would be like, I gotta see the logistics behind this.
You don't even want to know.
I'm also not like super tall. I'm just like maybe like 6'2".
Like a brick, you're squat.
Yes.
6'2" is not squat, but you're as wide as you're also very wide.
Built like a grizzly bear, but only 6'2".
You're an ogre.
What is this in chat? Oh my god.
You don't even want to know.
What is this?
When people ask, I have a feeling someone's going to be checking fucking barcodes. And they're going to be asking, well, why don't you have a barcode? What's your purpose? And I'm like, well, you see this lovely... I'm like, I'm here. They're my lover, okay? What can I say? That's the angle I'm going with here.
But if they ask me about my barcode,
bricks or Taliesin?
Taliesin at this point, because... Yeah, I look at. I'm like, I can't. At that point, I would just look at both of them and be like, "No,
would you rather?
Not him. Definitely not him."
You're gonna play Fuck, Marry, Kill with Reverend Taliesin and bricks.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, guys. So we're back here.
Kill me, big man.
All right, I think so. We got a 6 on the engagement roll, which means that when the action starts, we basically fast forward you right into the moment of your first obstacle. You may have even overcome it, and are in a position to significantly benefit from the circumstance that you're set up. So your good roll was indeed very good. I think how this sets up is. The lot of you, after deliberation, combing everything out, and doing the you've been able to infiltrate into Kellen's under the guise that you are all signing up to fight for the fighters of Skovland. They, any kind of checks or scrutinies that they had behind your allegiance, they have either hand-waved away, cited your own Skovland nationalities here to sign up in there, or have just taken you as volunteers, because the fighters for Skovland need bodies on the street, and they embrace you as they sign you into the office. In particular, they note those of you that had previous service or are of Skovland nationality. And I think that after you get let in through the warm halls of Kellen's, where you see more and more bands of these FFS guys starting to unify together and form a coherent group, you're led into the recruitment cellar, where there are other people waiting to be sworn in, processed, like speak to the recruiters to try to sign in there. And the 3 of you that are Skovland in identity actually get ushered in to a private office. So Brix, Taliesin, and Reverend are personally questioned and pulled into a secondary office inside the cellar of Kellen's to go meet face-to-face with Conor Canavan, while the rest of you are in the recruiting offices in the cellars by all the other like the big kegs and barrels of alcohol waiting to get processed. Above you can still hear like the thudding and the pounding of the music as more people are getting rowdy and drunk and signing up for the cause that they think is finally noble, finally the overthrowing of the Kosi Empire. But now that you're in the office, Canavan has the door shut, so it's Brix, Taliesin, and Reverend. The office itself is somewhat Spartan. It's clear that it had used to be used for like a makeshift managerial position, but now you see the banner of the FFS behind him, and he's sitting behind a sort of little creaky desk with his chair and his 2 large bodyguards, but he reaches out his hand in order to be able to shake yours and be like, finally, other members from the Skovland Unity War. It's great to meet you, and I want to know...
Good meeting you, cousin.
Yeah, so what do you do after getting introduced? You're here in his office. He's breaking bread with you and trying to talk out like his proposition. He's expressing how grateful he is that you guys have met and have began to join the cause. But very much like a heist or a payday thing, I'm very curious now. What do you do now that you've made it all the way to the target?
Like, out of character, did we make a plan before we all went in? Like, are we expecting them to back us up once we get them, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Meta-wise, I have no reason to believe that you guys did not come up with a plan.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something.
Okay. I mean, I have an idea.
Let's hear it.
Taliesin shakes his hand and is like, "Oh, it's nice to meet you, cousin."
Preferably meta, like overall, like we're asking.
Before you go into role play, let us know what's going on.
Yeah, I will tell you before. Yes, of course. Okay. I will tell you. I'm calling him cousin, but he's not actually my cousin.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
He might be. I don't know. But
maybe. Oh yeah.
The clans are pretty big. Who knows?
Like, are we expecting the rest of the crew to come in and help us once we get them? Like, I want some footing, I guess.
I don't know, but I have. I was gonna basically ask him because Taliesin personally, it's not to do with the mission. Taliesin wants to see the sword.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
But no one's supposed to know that.
He knows.
Yeah.
Taliesin knows.
I'm not supposed to know that, but I do know that.
Yeah, but I guess the question I'm asking is that public information?
No.
Like, how do you know?
Exist.
How do you know that he has the sword?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll find out that in the role play.
I guess. Okay. Word on the street.
I'm gonna put a thing here saying to verify the sword is.
Yeah, I want to verify it exists.
So this is a clock that we're gonna use to track it. The other one is just robbing the place blind, and I'm gonna put a danger clock over here that's called Canavan's Suspicions.
I also have...
That one's definitely going to start ticking.
Yeah, but I also have... We determine our load, right, when we're getting into the mission? Yes, you need to
determine your load before you go in there. So everybody on your sheet, you'll need to tick off your total load that you're coming in here. Now, this may be confusing because you're like, do I declare everything that I'm bringing to the mission with you? You actually don't. You're just telling me what your cap is. Because as you start drawing shit out from your pockets, you're going to then fill in the load. So if you're coming in with 9 load, somehow, you look like you're packing a significant amount of heat. But that also means that you can start pulling out items like crazy.
Keep in mind that we have Bravo rigging, which means that we get 2 free load. So keep that in mind.
I'm curious,
for weapons.
Is anyone here packing heavy? Does anyone have heavy load?
No.
Does the free load count?
No. I just need
Then
to...
no.
Okay. Is anyone packing a moderate load?
Normal, yeah.
Yeah.
Normal, yeah.
I think the first
Well, we're here to fight.
Right. But the first obstacle then, even though that you would be in the office here, is that you're, especially when meeting with Canavan, that your weapons would be checked in at the start of everything. So you're going to be granted your audience no matter what. But it also means that you will have had your armaments being stashed in a safe place at the beginning of the cellar where we're bringing people in, especially because you're about to meet the head of the faction. Is anyone going to attempt to either resist that, or to try to find a way around that, or to not be in the cellar in the first place?
For my plan, I was bringing in a bandolier of alchemicals. Would they have taken that, or would they have even really noticed it? It would be under my coat.
I don't even think.
Or they just
know
care
what
about the
those
weapons.
Yeah, they don't know what they are.
I think that they're looking for knives and guns.
Okay.
Can you make like smoke grenades and things like that?
Yeah.
Could I have used, assuming I was carrying my hammer and another hidden smaller weapon, could I have used Consort to distract them when surrendering the hammer so they don't look for, say, a small sword that I have under my coat?
I think, yeah, for the people that are in the office, you probably had to relinquish a larger piece of your equipment. But I'm going to go
that's obvious,
with
yeah.
your 6.
Yeah.
I will say that if you're in there, you at least have a small weapon, something that you were able to get through. But everybody else who's waiting outside of the office, either in the cellar or above, you can keep your equipment, but you are not to be allowed into where Canavan is, just for safety purposes. But I'm sure that like the rest of you who are carrying your small weapon, your larger stuff is outside.
Okay.
So, you're in the office, shaking hands, calling him cousin.
Yeah, of course.
What do you do though?
So my
How's your
plan
plan to kick
is
off?
I want to see the sword. I also have alchemicals, and I basically want to be like, I want to try and leverage to see the sword, and 2, I want to see if I can get him to share a drink with me.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna put some additives into his drink.
Oh, okay, cool. So with a 3,
Just a little something extra, just
right?
Did you tell me and Brix that, or are we kind of just going along with you?
I probably would have told you at first, where I just like before we even like went in, I just kind of like. I just like opened my coat and showed that I had like some alchemicals, and I just like I pull out like a little bottle of tincture that I showed you two, and it was just like just a little something extra for his drink.
Fellows, look, flavor additive.
Brix
Little flavor additive.
Brix doesn't understand. He's like, I want extra flavor too.
Oh no, Brix!
Oh no, Brix!
It's a little too much for you. Don't worry about it.
Is this group action, or are they just like giving you bonus dice by taking stress? Or is it solo action?
What is it?
Is this group action, solo action with them helping?
I can help.
It could be if you want to help me.
Yeah, I'll be like, you call us a Skovlander meetup and there's no drinks here?
Oh, okay,
Or like,
nice.
Maybe pound the door. It's like, where are the drinks?
Perfect.
And of course,
Taliesin will just be like, it's a great pleasure to meet you, sir. Could I have the honor of pouring you a drink?
Oh man, that's pretty good. What about you, Brix?
I had just brought a mug with me, and I'm just holding it out, and I just say, whiskey.
That's fantastic.
That's great.
All right, so Brix is consort. I think, Reverend, what's the action rating that you want to use? You're like using a social rating or something.
Did you say Reverend or Taliesin?
Reverend.
Oh,
okay.
I thought you said Taliesin.
I didn't know either.
What is survey again?
Survey would be like observing the scene, studying for.
No, maybe finesse.
Finesse could allow you to put the thing in the drink.
That's what I was gonna do. But if you have better finesse,
No,
I can just give
I
it
only
to
have
you.
1 point.
I do too.
No, I don't have anything I'm good at. I'll roll whatever. Whatever makes sense then.
Yeah, no, if you're like trying to like make up a
I have one in
scene-
command. Maybe commanding them to bring the drinks.
Okay, like compelling them. They're fiery Skovland. Okay, I would go with that. So and then Taliesin, you're gonna finesse.
Yes.
All right, so this is group action. Taliesin takes stress for all the misses that get rolled here. So
Okay.
we need to go first. Let's do Reverend. So give me your command.
Risky standard.
Risky standard. Yeah, we're in a great spot right now. Okay, 2. So Taliesin, you take a stress. I think that
Right.
Reverend is like calling for the drinks and everything like that, but it is kind of like putting off Canavan at the moment because it's supposed to be to show his recruiting thing. Bricks, you begin to offer your mug in like just kind of like let's just drink, right? You're trying to get him drunk or something like that. So go ahead and give me your consort. Risky standard.
Risky standard. Okay.
Yep.
Risky standard.
Okay, that's much better. So we have a thing that could succeed here. Let's see if we can get a better one though. The Taliesin, do your finesse.
All right. Yes!
That's exactly what you want. Okay. So I think like Reverend, you call for the drinks. Everyone's kind of like getting ready. Like they kind of cheering in with the thing. Everyone from the outside can kind of hear that there's sort of like a call for drinks and chanting going on. And inside, Connor's just like, yeah, of course. Where are my manners? We need to pour the drinks, but Bricks already has his drink ready to go. It's a massive mug, and it's easy something that everybody could scoop out of. And so he's like, "Oh well, your fighters are already prepared for it. That's fantastic. We need that kind of talent around here." So then Taliesin,
please, sir, allow me.
Yeah. So Taliesin, you get to pour the drinks. Describe to me a little bit about how you do your little bit of chemical play.
Yeah, I just turn my to back, and I'm talking, just like, it's really great that someone here is sticking it to the Akarosi pigs, really trying to do right by Skovlander. That's the proper attitude of a real king, I'd say.
Indeed. Fuck the Empire.
Yeah, and then Taliesin will kind of like try to bring the conversation to the sword while I'm like talking about. I put in. I'm going to use one of my alchemical things.
Yes.
I don't know how to mark that, but I'll just make that in my bandolier. I only have 2 things left.
Yep.
And the leech page says that I can. It has a list of stuff that I can have or stuff I've made, but I haven't made anything yet. Mm-hmm. One of them is drown powder.
What the fuck is drown powder?
So I pour out 4 drinks, and in one of them I'm going to put in the drown powder. Is a fine dust that incapacitates by giving the sensation of drowning.
Oh my god.
You should do his bodyguards too.
His bodyguards are there too. If we have enough, then...
There's 2 of them, right?
Yeah, sure.
How many doses do I need?
You're
3?
sure. Yeah, we'll have to pop them for them to experience the effects as well.
Then I'll pop all of my...
Sleeping pots.
Guys, remember
and I'll
which
pop
ones
all of
are
my...
yours, okay?
Yeah.
Right. So you pass
and
them
I
out,
will
yeah.
I will hand out the drinks very carefully. I just like hand out like I make it look like I've put the drinks in a place where it's not like 3 of them are not obviously like separated from everything else. They're mixed in. You can't tell which is which the poison, and I'm just like handing them out,
Perfect.
So maybe the rest of the party isn't quite sure if Taliesin knows which is which.
Blind trust.
Yeah, you're just trusting that Taliesin did it right.
The drinks are handed out. They go, bottoms up, lads. Cheers. They put the glasses all in there. Everyone knocks back their shot. And I think that, like, how fast does drown powder act, do you think? Is it, like, immediate? Like, do they immediately feel weird?
I don't know if it's immediate.
Is it something that
I feel like...
You still gotta ask him about the sword.
That's
so
right.
maybe in like a few minutes.
So why don't we do this? I'm going to
I think it has, like, a period, like, it takes a minute,
Yeah, I'm going to add 2 ticks to robbing him because you've successfully poisoned him. So that might help you out here because it'll knock out one of the leaders here, and then you're going to ask him about the sword. But I think on the outside, then let's go to where everybody is out there. Are y'all like just like drinking or sitting in the recruiting office or like out casing the scene? Where is like Aidan, for example?
I'm probably in a building across from the establishment.
Nice.
Looking at the like the alleyways.
Are you with the boys?
Looking for ways for any of them to escape from and cover.
Wait, you could be with our thugs. Don't we have hired thugs or something?
Yeah, I think that you get 2 hired thugs at the beginning here. All right, so you're with them, and then later make sure that you give them names. All right, Aidan. Is anybody else with you?
Is anyone else outside with me?
So it's Aidan and the NPCs, and then...
I thought you said you were inside. You said you were inside the building next door.
That was like outside of the building next door with my rifle, basically.
Yeah, just keeping an eye.
Huh.
Anybody else outside with him?
I will. I'll be with him.
Okay, so Aidan and Ignatius. Okay, so outside on the street of Kellens, you start seeing, the patrons are still milling about outside, clinking drinks, singing songs. When you start to notice that like the influx of people that are heading into Kellens begins to sort of like peter out, kind of like it's like either the bar's starting to hit max capacity, all of Skovland is here, or there is something that is beginning to block the roads that are coming into the street that leads to Kellens. In the distance, you can kind of make out the clopping of hooves and the sound of like heavy wagons that are really peculiar to be moving about at this time. I believe that like the bells for the labor shifts are already over, so there really shouldn't be any heavy equipment moving around, and yet you can still hear them in the distance kind of moving about. What do you guys do?
I think I might try to use my long distance spyglass to see what's going down on the roads.
Fantastic. So I'm thinking, what do you think is the thing that you will want to use?
Probably survey.
That makes sense. Is this something that Ignatius can help you with, or anybody here can help you with?
I guess I could use my study to try to attempt to. If this is a group, does this have to be a group action?
Either a group action, or you can just pop a stress to help him out.
No, I'll pop a stress.
Okay, so
Jesus Christ.
Ignatius is kind of like staring out at the distance to try to make out the thing to verify what Arden is seeing. Arden, you can go ahead and roll me your survey. I'd say that you're in a controlled and standard effect.
Okay. And I add 1 dice, right?
Yes, you're adding 1 dice because of Ignatius.
Okay. Oh!
Nice. That's fantastic.
Very nice.
Okay, so your surveying scope is perfectly clear. You look down the site where everybody is starting to stop milling in, and you can make out the appearance of like a series of wagons, at least down one end of the street, that are plated with some kind of like armored steel. It's dark and it carries a sort of like a religious symbol by it. And on top of the cart, which is like being like detached from the horses, you can see a belt-fed, water-cooled machine gun is starting to be set up that is aimed down the streets. As you kind of like scope throughout the various sides of the streets itself, you realize that this kind of setup is happening on almost all parts of the street that lead to Kellens. And you start to figure out Kellens is being blocked and surrounded right now.
By what appears to be what? Can he make it out?
Seems like some kind of a...
Oh, so it's not the Skovlanders doing it.
It is. No, you can make it out. You can make it because
setting up a kill zone.
Ignatius, like, I think Arden tells Ignatius what he sees, and Ignatius knows that that is the symbol of the Church of Spiritus.
So Spiritus is sending up...
Church of Spiritus? Oh my god.
So Spiritus is setting up like a kill zone around Kellens?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
This fucking mission might be scuffed, mate.
Let's go inside again. All right, so that leaves Halson, Prince, and BD. Are y'all at the bar? Are you in the recruitment office? Where would you guys be at this moment?
I guess Halson will just be waiting for the call to like, hey, follow this or recon, something like that. But it seems like for this mission, we're going in about it a different way. So I guess Halson would just be kind of, I don't know, waiting, I suppose, for like a backup call. So like, yeah.
You guys could be like at the actual bar itself or something.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be. I feel like, yeah, because we have to go downstairs, right?
Maybe you're just regular patrons.
That makes sense.
Yeah. What happened to your ghost?
You could be downstairs in the recruitment office.
Also that. And yeah, I mean, if you want to do ghost things, I'm very curious about that. But like,
Yeah, what happened to the ghostings, BD?
I don't think BD summoned the ghost of the Skovland King yet.
Okay, thank God. Oh, God.
I'm curious. So did you?
I want them to.
Yeah, because the three of you are upstairs, and I feel like the festivities are still ongoing. And as you look around, you can kind of case out that there are still, it's not just the elite toughs of Canavan around here, but it's also like newly recruited fighters. You can clearly see very eager people that are ready to start shit, but generally the mood is jovial, knowing that you are very much outnumbered and outgunned in this situation. Is there something that you wanted to do in preparation here, or anything in order to be able to assist others?
Yeah, because then I'm understanding is we have the bar, which is upstairs, right? And then we go downstairs, which is like the cellar, the recruiting office.
Exactly.
And then within that area, the recruiting office, are there a whole bunch of people in the recruiting office? And then you have Connor's office itself in a different room, right?
Yeah, like in a more deeper secluded room. And
Still in the basement.
Yeah, it's still in the basement though.
Hi, sorry, mic issues. BD is scratching his balls, laying in bed. He is staring up at the popcorn ceiling in a dissociative state, pondering his existence. I'm sure, though, that if he got a call, he would get up right away in order to, run away from his pain.
Oh, so BD, you're not even at Kelly's.
Are you
Oh, was
with
I
us
supposed
across
to?
the street?
You can be across the street with the gang.
Be wherever you want to be.
Yeah.
Was I supposed to be? It's perfect.
I mean, again, I think he can snap out of this fugue state as long as somebody maybe reaches out to him. Perhaps he gets like a call. I don't know if we have smartphones.
I don't think we have
maybe
phones.
a ghost.
I don't think that
No, maybe he can get like a spirit summons or something.
I think that there must be a prearranged way that the Devil Dogs communicate across Doskvol in the event that they can't talk to each other.
Yeah, that's kind of
What
like my
does that
thing is
look
how do
like?
we communicate in between each other?
How does the world communicate in that sense?
Yeah.
There's no phones.
They have to meet or send messages. I think that at like the
Is there like actual just messengers, like people that are
there's like
that's their job?
runners, there's ravens, I think, that people can send out.
And also, what, like, as far as summoning ghosts, like, can you summon them anywhere? They have to be near you? And do they travel fast? Like,
I think
good question.
that when you summon it, I think that you do have to be present at this location that you want summoned, and when you send them out, it is the kind of thing that without constant instruction, supervision, and shackling, they really will do whatever they want. So you can summon a ghost and then tell it to go to Kellen's from wherever you are, but there is no guarantee that's going to happen.
I mean,
Can I roll to see
you
if
can
it
always
does happen?
I was gonna say, can you incentivize the ghost to do what you want it to do? Like in sense of, like, if it's like the ghost of the Skovlandian
Sure.
king,
So
whatever.
tell me what your goal here is then. You're I guess at the Devil Dog's lair at the Six Towers. You're staring at the ceiling in your room, and what is your goal? What are you trying to do?
To feel anything.
Oh God,
Vibe.
Jesus.
Vibe check.
Yeah, I feel. I mean, you
God,
don't
you
even,
just like me, for real.
you don't have to roll. I'll tell you. You can't. You can't feel anything. You're still staring at the ceiling. Your compatriots
Okay,
have gone on
good.
the score.
Everything's going to plan.
Yep. Okay. So
Okay,
anything
but
else
so
that
now
you
I'm
wanted
thinking.
to do?
Yes. So I would like to see if since I can't seem to get out of bed, can I
Okay.
send a ghost in my stead and roll to see whether or not I'm successful?
I think you can certainly try to do that. I would say what would you use to summon your ghost? What action rating?
trying to figure that out. Sorry.
I think that typically when you're trying to communicate with ghosts in the ghost field or talk to the ghost field, a tune typically ends up being the common one.
Okay. Sure. Let's roll for a tune, I guess.
And you're trying to summon any ghost, or specifically the ghost of the Skovlander king?
I'm shooting for the Skovlander king, but I'll take anyone at this point.
I think your position is
desperate.
desperate, and
Yes.
that your effect will be... I'm going to go with limited. You can increase it by pushing yourself and taking stress, but it's going to be a long shot to be able to shift to the ghost field and hope that the Skovlander king is somehow still here.
Then if I roll for just anybody, will that improve my odds?
I think that, yes, your ability to summon them and send them away, I will raise your position from desperate to standard, but your effect is still limited.
Okay.
So roll me a tune.
Alright. Sorry, one sec. Sorry, I'm trying to find it.
No worries.
Should be on your character sheet under resolve.
I found it, it's not clicking. Oh, here it is. Okay. Alright. My position is desperate.
It's standard, but your effect will be limited.
Standard. Alright. Standard is risky.
I
think standard should be one of the
standard is your position, your effect is limited.
I have risky, controlled, desperate, and fortune roll.
Oh yeah, it's standard's not in a position.
Yeah, sorry, risky standard. Or sorry, risky limited, risky limited.
Oh, I see. Yes, yeah. I see standard now. Okay. No bonus dice?
Not unless you push yourself or takes the devil's bargain.
Nah.
Oops.
Just go ahead.
Oh boy. Alright, so you get a miss here. And I think what happens is you succeed in summoning a ghost. I think that you pull through the ghost sphere and you get what you want in that you feel something. You feel like something is about to go horribly wrong. And with that, you see this being kind of climb out from your popcorn ceiling and look at you with its 3 cat eyes and its no mouth face, and it cackles like this strange reeing sound as it begins to dart away into the night of Doskvol, heading into where Kellen's is. And I think that that's a good transition, because inside Canavan's office, as you guys are clinking and doing drinks, you can kind of feel the room become colder. And you see frost starting to form on the edge of the wall. Things are starting to get damp. And the piercing sound of like begins to enter all your ears. And Canavan's just like, you fucking hear that, lads? Sounds like someone's having a proper rager out there. And as that's happening, a rift just crashes open through the office and just spews out this electroplasm goo all over the party inside. The room instantly begins to frost over, and there's this strange sort of shapeless squid beast with 3 cat eyes that begins to flail and scream wildly. So I'm going to... This obviously freaks Conor Canavan...
What the fuck did you put in our drinks?
The fuck out. and I'm going to say that this
Allison, what did you do?
This is going to add 3 ticks to Canavan's suspicion because something is very wrong here.
Yes,
There's a
mine
fucking
as well.
demon.
No, and I think that the 3, if they're like, what the fuck? And even like one of them was like, the fuck's in this drink? Because there is a ghost here, everyone in that room must make a resolve check or be frozen in place. So
Is this something that in the people in the cellar see? Like this, because does it just like apparate into the room, or
it
does
apparates
it
into their room?
whoosh?
Because
Okay.
B.D. McDixon was like, I'm gonna send the ghost of the King of Skovland into that place at Kellen's.
Yeah, and the other guys are probably on the verge of passing out. They don't know what the hell is going on.
They actually
Yeah,
like
'cause-
look like they're clutching their throats as they're so scared, and they're seeing like everybody knows that ghost is bad, and now they feel like they're drowning, and now they're thinking that there's something wrong with this drink. But everybody in that room has to make a resolve test, so you have to go on your sheet and roll a resolve test, or choose to be frozen in fear. Okay, so Taliesin,
Counterpoint, Ken.
yes.
We were expecting a ghost to show up.
Okay.
No.
We knew
were
BD
we?
was going to be sending a ghost at some point.
Oh fuck.
Okay, so I think that...
So I think we should get a bonus die for that.
You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
I'll just roll an extra d6.
I'm just,
roll-
I
yeah,
clicked
Taliesin,
on resolve.
Go
right?
one. Yeah, everybody gets one bonus die for seeing ghost, and then you suffer the stress, or you can just choose to be frozen in fear,
Okay.
or run away.
I will try to resolve. Should I roll again, or I just roll?
Just do one. Just roll 1d6.
Okay.
Because you already have 2.
So
Yeah.
Bricks, nothing. Right? Sees the thing, goes, okay,
Oh,
that's
God.
pretty rough. That is rough. Taliesin, you suffer 5 stress.
Oh.
Because the fucking beast is there, and you hold your nerve, and you knew that you were expecting it, but I'm not sure if this was part of the plan. And Reverend, you are going to take 1 stress. So this actually makes a lot of sense, because Taliesin dabbles a lot in the paranormal, but is also extremely amateur at it. And now it's the real deal. It's happening. It rees. It screes. It's uncontrollable.
Can I say that Taliesin is not paralyzed with fear, but is paralyzed with absolute admiration and like morbid joy?
Well, you already took the stress, so you're actually not paralyzed at all, but you can certainly be very entertained.
Good.
Hey, look at that! Look at that! So the beast...
Talison's basically just like just drops their drink and it's like, oh Jesus, holy fucking shit! That's amazing!
It spews and mews and begins to spread throughout the room.
Oh, look at it, it's beautiful!
Tentacles begin to reach into the stone, which begins to turn black like a fungus that begins to spread all over the interior of the office. You can smell...
How does it even fucking do that? Look at
It
him!
smells like burning flesh, and everyone here can feel like they are in grave danger. What do?
Do we like who's in the cellar with me? Is it fucking what's her name? God damn it.
It's Prince
Sadie's character.
and Halsin, and I'm pretty sure that you're not in the office. You may be in the
No,
cellar.
we're in the cellar.
Oh!
We're supposed to be chilling in the cellar. That's what I was asking.
Cool. Well, the 2 of you just heard some people going like, "Oh shit!" inside of a closed room, and then the area around it began to mist up a little bit. And you know, as far as everybody's concerned in the cellar for now, it's just a party, right?
Yeah, they're having a great old time.
You didn't hear the ear-piercing screech?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yep,
is there any like frost on the door? Is there anything that we can see?
Yes, the door is getting distinctly frosty. And there is like a light mist, like a black mist actually, that begins to kind of pour out through the sides. Many patrons here are absolutely piss-faced drunk, so this is, I guess, just a result of being drunk. But that doesn't fool you, because you don't drink. You always throw your shit over your shoulder.
Yeah. And Halison is sitting next to me or near me, whatever.
No,
sorry.
Taliesin, Bricks, and Reverend are in that office behind the door where the black mist is coming out of.
So I'm by myself down here? Okay.
No, Halsin might be with you.
Is she?
Halsin is dancing upstairs.
Oh.
In the building.
Sorry.
Yeah, are you dancing away?
No, just kind of mingling, just
Yeah, but are you
waiting.
mingling upstairs or are you in the
Yes.
cellar? Okay.
Upstairs.
So effectively, yes, I'm fucked. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you do, actually, if you notice this is happening on the outside?
Is there anyone standing by the door?
Yeah, there's probably the two guards who are enjoying
Drunk?
knocking back. Yeah, they're pretty drunk right now, but they can kind of feel that it's kind of... So maybe they'll, like, roll down their sleeves because it's getting a little cold, but they haven't noticed to look inside yet.
Okay. Fuck. I don't know what to do here, guys. Send help.
Oh, shit.
I think BD is on his way, but he's wearing flip-flops and he's kind of just tripping over his own feet. So,
Oh my god!
Normal weapons have no
he's gonna
effect,
be a
right?
minute. So, but he's on his way.
Normal weapons do not have any effect on ghosts.
That's a shame, because my thing was my hammer was supposed to be a fine weapon. It was enchanted, but it's outside.
Yes.
Does Reverend know about the
Ghost?
Spiritus? No, about Spiritus
Oh.
setting up the perimeter.
Nope.
Ooh. Oh.
No, you said.
Nope.
Okay. She would probably tell. She's Bricks. She's gonna roll her eyes and sigh because she's like coming to terms with what she's about to have to tell Bricks. I need you to take. What's the main guy's name again?
Conor
Honor?
Canavan.
Yeah. I just gonna point to him, like, be very, very deliberate. Take Connor, find Prince, and get him to my church. Do you understand?
Okay. So, what is the state of Connor and the guards? Because they've drinking the drowning potion.
Connor's
right?
throwing up and peeing. The other two guards are doing combinations of the two of them. I think one of them tried to take a swing at the ghost, and he is currently becoming...
His entire arm went numb.
He's currently going into the ghost right now.
Can I roll to knock out Connor so that I can carry him like he drank too much, so I just carry him out for some fresh air?
Don't have to roll for it. I will fill the suspicion thing to max.
His suspicion?
He already... Something really bad's happening. If you hit him, he will know that it happened.
Well, yeah, but will it knock
He'll
him
be
out?
unconscious.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't have to roll for that.
Okay.
Oh, that's perfect.
I wanna
Let's hit the fan, boys.
So he's unconscious.
While he's doing that, I want to add that I'm going to attempt to restrain the ghost.
Can you?
Got
Can
it.
like somebody knock out the other guard that isn't being eaten by the ghost while I carry
he's
Connor?
running.
Yeah, that would be up to Taliesin.
So
He's incapacitated, right? He's
No,
got
you're
the
not.
motion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
no, I mean, he's throwing up and poo-poo pee-pee.
okay.
Like, he sees
Yeah,
that it's
so
happening,
you're-
but he's also just like, man, I don't even know what happened.
So I'm gonna throw Connor over my shoulder, walk out into the crowd.
You deck him.
And-
Oof! you take it. Yeah, you bust the door open. Everyone now starts seeing the frost and the black mist just pour
Oh,
out
like-
of there like spores.
And I'm just gonna be like, I gotta get him outside. He had too much to drink.
I think like people in the inside are kind of like, what the fuck is that, Conor Cat? What the fuck? And then Reverend, you're trying to grapple with the ghost to restrain it. So this is pretty fucking dangerous. I'd say this is desperate. Whatever you're gonna, what actually? How do you do this actually? Tell me the action rating for this.
I think she's just gonna like tighten the prayer beads around her wrists.
Yeah.
And maybe they start to glow a little bit. I'm gonna use my ghost fighter.
Oh shit!
And
Catch these
attempt
hands.
to grapple and restrain it. And,
That is amazing. Okay. What is the action rating that you would like to use?
skirmish, I think. Right.
I'd say so. Please skirmish with the ghost. Your position is desperate. You are gripping a thing that is currently turning somebody else into fungus spores. And you will have, because you have Ghost Fighter, standard effect on the beast.
Sick. Smith.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Take an XP for your desperate action, so that goes into the attribute that's under the skirmish. And with a 6, you immediately, your hands begin to glow a ice blue sort of haze to them. You push out your hands, and it's like kind of similar to what that other fighter attempted to do to restrain it, but other than instead of like being turned into ghost particles, you actually manage to pin like 2 of the tentacle arms of the beast into reality against the wall, and it immediately gazes its eyes on you. It's like unable to comprehend that you can even interact with it, and it sort of is locked into place. He's firmly affixed, giving Brix time to escape, and Taliesin time to... What do you do, Taliesin, at this moment?
Taliesin looks and is just like, "Oh, Reverend, that's fucking beautiful. I don't even know how you're doing that. Just keep doing it."
Amazing.
Don't forget about the fucking. I was gonna say, there's also a sword around.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna look for the sword.
Oh, you're gonna
look for the sword.
Shit.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. So yeah, the ghost is pinned in place. Taliesin, how do you go look about the sword, rummaging through all the stuff?
I'm just ransacking this room.
All right,
I'm flipping shit over. I'm ripping drawers out of chests.
Go ahead.
Like, if he has a desk, I'm ripping the drawers out and just
it has to be a fairly large, right? It's a large sword, so it can only be.
I'm checking for everything. I'm like patting the walls, like frantically, just like looking around.
Okay. So what is the action?
I shove the guard who's not being turned into goop out of the way.
What's your action rating for this?
Survey?
Okay.
I don't know. Gather information about opportunities, exploits, survey a location or situation.
I feel like if you're like
trying in the literal sense.
Yeah, like if you're looking around and pulling drawers out and kind
maybe
of
hunt.
inspecting things.
Maybe
hunting for the sword.
If you're trying to
target,
break
gather
things,
information.
wreck.
Oh, can I just wreck this place?
You can absolutely wreck the shit out of this place. You're breaking things until a sword happens.
Yeah, I want to... Okay, if I can angle for a wreck, I'm going to break the place until sword happens.
Okay, I feel like your position here is desperate because this place is probably going to get lit pretty quickly. And you are no longer using brain, now you are using spine and going all out just trying to... until you can figure out where spine. It's all nervous system, baby. So let's do desperate with the... let's do... This is pretty fast, and I think it's a great effect because this...
Or extreme, because when I find the sword, I am now the king of Skovlander. Like, that's the rules.
Nice try, bud. Let's go with great.
Oh, okay. All right.
Nice try.
Bonus die. No, unless I push myself.
Or you take a devil's bargain.
What's the devil's bargain?
The devil's Well, first of all...
is that I find the sword?
Taliesin is going to turn into fucking Arthas. I see it.
I'm going to turn into Arthas. I find a soul caliber.
That's actually a good one. I think the devil's bargain is that...
the sword is calling to me.
If you find the blade, if you find the sword, you are bound to it inexplicably.
I won't want to get rid of it.
You can't get rid of it.
Wait, do you even use swords?
Yeah!
No.
Oh.
Now
I could.
Anybody can use
now
sword,
you fucking do.
But you
I do now.
cannot part with this sword if you find it.
Oh god!
I literally can never part with it, or I won't do it willingly.
I suspect that
You'll find out.
Doing it.
I'll find out.
But why don't you just roll?
Because you may not find it. Yeah.
Yeah, you may not find it, though you will always feel a emptiness inside you.
Oh no! You're gonna fucking. I hope you don't find the sword. Jesus Christ!
So do I get So I don't get the bonus die unless I take this bargain.
That is correct.
I mean, you could push yourself, right?
Or you could just push yourself and just take the stress.
Okay, but if I find the sword without taking the bargain, do I still get cursed by it, or no?
No.
Okay. If I push myself, it's 2 stress?
Yes.
That's putting me 1 away from...
I know, isn't it exciting?
Horrendous trauma.
You gonna transcend? Oh, wait.
I'm gonna transcend, yeah.
Come on, Ash, let's go.
Oh, God.
About to get
I want to take the devil's bargain. I want the sword. I want it.
John's happy, I'm sure.
Give me the sword.
You feel its presence. It's here in Kellen's.
Oh.
Alright, give me that sword.
Oh, okay.
Sword?
So you get what you want. You know exactly where the sword is. But you also know...
Come on, secret door, secret door, secret door.
It's not a secret door.
I'm just like wrecking shit.
You can actually feel as you search through it, it calls to you, and you know intrinsically, you feel it leaving. It is actually going in the same direction that Brick's Bowden is going. You know now, in your own spirit, the sword does not exist on the material plane. Something or someone has to be transmuted into the sword.
Oh my god.
What?
Wait.
You don't know how you know this, but you have a feeling that the guy that Bricks is running out into the street with will give you the sword.
He will become the sword.
You see, only Reverend sees this, but she sees she sees Allison fucking like trip over the guard who's on the ground like drowning, and like stumble out of the room and chase after Bricks desperately, being like,
"Well,
Bricks,
yeah,
Brixie, come back! I need that sword! He's the sword! Give it back!"
How does this look like from everyone else's point of view?
Did it plot from your perspective? Like,
yeah.
Wait.
What's going on?
I see the door frost, and then all of a sudden I hear banging, and then all of a sudden fucking Bricks comes out with carrying a body, and I'm like,
and
what?
I look right at you.
And then you see Taliesin running after him, being like, "Come back!" Ranting about a sword. That's clearly not on his person.
Fantastic. I think.
Oh no.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, is this a good time for BD to arrive at the scene, panting, clutching his flip-flops?
Yeah, next to fucking Ignatius and fucking...
Actually, no, this is what happens. BD, you are running as fast as you can, stumbling through Doskvol with your flip-flops, and somehow you power so hard that you are able to make it to Char Hollow within the hour, but you are encountered with a blockade right now. It seems that there is a group of individuals standing beside an armored carriage that is waving a machine gun aimed downward toward the street that leads to Kellen. The guards that are standing around there are holding trunnions, torches, and they are wearing like pointed hooded robes with these sort of religious symbols on them. They don't look very friendly, and they immediately hold their hand out to tell you to stop. You cannot continue any further. There is a purge happening at the moment. What do you do?
Kanye.
Well, that's hella not cool. Can you let me through? Like...
No. They do not look like they are letting anyone through, and I think that as you continue to try to talk them down, one of them, the one on the carriage, swings the belt-fed, water-cooled machine gun in your direction as if to threaten you away.
Alright, well, I've already summoned one ghost, and that went really well. So, can I do it again?
100%. What is your intent?
I don't think you know what Gwell is.
BD is doing whisper things.
Yeah, I think I do. I'm doing great, man. I'm
doing
on the top of
fantastic.
it. Okay, let's see. So, what can I do? Let's try compel, I guess, since now I am in the area that I want to actually, where I want the ghost to appear.
Okay.
Can I roll for that?
You are attempting to compel a ghost to come here and to do what?
Yeah, like fuck this guy up so I can go through. He's in my way.
Okay. I think that given the circumstances, you're kind of doing it on the fly. I'll say that this is a desperate act, but if it works, it would have great effect.
Okay. Sounds good. Alright. 1 second to roll. Sorry, still new to this.
I have a question.
So, sorry. Effect is extreme?
No, it would be great.
Are we able
Great,
to
sorry.
see this confrontation from our vantage point? Well, dice has been rolled.
Yeah, the dice has been rolled.
Oops.
But I'll tell you. So you're gonna get what you want. But one, you can take an XP for your attribute that a tune is under. I thought you were gonna compel.
Don't I have to roll a tune to compel?
Compel is its own word, I thought.
But why compel when you can summon ghosts?
Well,
Compel
so
isn't a word.
it's okay. So we're
Compel is
using.
a special ability.
What does compel do?
If you click the little bell under it, it should link it in chat. There you go.
Attune to the ghost field, force it to obey that. Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, here's what happens. So, to answer Arden's question, you can absolutely see the confrontation, and then you can see the following happen. So, Reverend, you're grappling with this ghost beast. You're pinning it to the wall. It's beginning to turn everything into mold, and it smells like burning flesh. You're holding it in place for as long as you can, but you're not sure if you had a plan to follow through. But that's okay, because poof! It fucking vanishes before you. You stumble forward and catch yourself on your hands. The room begins to thaw out briefly, but the spores still linger onward. Elsewhere, Arden, you're looking down the street and you're seeing that the Spiritus checkpoint, one of them is, it looks like an altercation is happening, and you feel like you vaguely recognize a figure that looks like BD in his flip-flops, when then reality tears open on top of where the armored carriage is, and the tentacled three-eyed muling beast rees into existence, dropping on top of the carriage, and immediately begin to suck and devour it in like this hungry squid, pulling it back into the warp, through it, and then drawing, opening up the entire checkpoint itself as the rest of the individuals flee in terror. The complication is that one of the tendrils then wraps around BD as it begins to look at you, BD, and says, "It is time to pay the price." And it begins to draw you further into the vortex. All things become equal. Whispers become part of the great void.
Oh, God.
So, BD, you're about to be warped into oblivion.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Arden, you see this happening. Ignatius, you can actually peer over and you can see that there's one part of the street that's oddly illuminated. What do the two of you do?
So, I would like to tell Ignatius, you need to signal Halcyon that this mission has gone to shit any way you can. And I'm going to load electroplasmic ammunition into the rifle, and I'm going to take a shot at the ghost.
Oh my god, that's so fucking sick. Okay. What is the action rating that you're doing?
Hunt.
Alright. Are you going to push yourself?
Yes. And I need to add a clock, too, because using the ammunition is, it attracts the ghost hunters.
Nice. I'll go ahead. Is it a 6-tick clock?
Let me find out real quick.
Spirit Wardens.
4 o'clock.
4-tick clock for the Spirit Wardens.
Yeah, when I add it to my character thing as well. Okay.
The Spirit Warden. Go for it.
I'm not sure what kind of position I'm in.
You...
Probably desperate, right?
I think that this is desperate because if this doesn't work, BD is going to get...
He's gonna die.
Eaten. Yeah. But the effect, it's electroplasmic. This thing is meant for killing ghost. It is great.
Okay. So I'm gonna add 1 bonus dice for pushing myself and add the 2 stress. Okay.
Bang! The bullet crackles out, leaving a streak of reality warping behind it, flying through the alleyway, and then finally impacting the beast on its side. it pierces through, the hole in its head gashes open, and you can, BD, like, you can look at it directly into its eyes, and you can almost see, like, the knowledge and history of all of Doskvol spew out of its head briefly before it finally releases you, but not before you suffer level 1 harm, crack ribs. So you gotta mark that on your sheet.
Is this ammunition, like, corporeal?
Yeah, it's like an actual bullet.
Do people hear it and can see, like, oh, shots are going down now? Like,
I think, yeah.
It's like watching a lightning bolt coming out of my gun.
And I think that it actually so it does a couple things. One, it immediately is like somewhere in another scene we see like there is a ready room in a tower full of heavily armed individuals just staring at a bell. It's their shift to be watching over whatever the actions are happening over in Doskvol, and then finally their section of the bell begins to ring. They silently but knowingly pick up their weapons, begin to mount their kit, and then get into a motorized steam vehicle, starting to putt towards the location where the bell is telling them to, constantly checking their little like compass that's kind of pointing them in that direction. And the audience knows that as it zooms out, that strike vehicle is heading for Kellen's. I also think that that kind of a show notifies the other Spiritist checkpoints that things are kind of going down, and we can actually start seeing more individuals with the torches and the hoods starting to push into the street to be able to close in now that they're seeing that action is taking place. So I'm going to add 2 ticks onto that clock. But BD, you did not get eaten.
And what's going on with
the foundation?
With bricks in the package? We haven't had an update there too in a while.
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh god.
So let's actually incorporate Prince into this. Prince, you just see the fucking shit show, and Bricks begins to just immediately sprint past you, running upstairs. People are now like kind of panicking and starting to try to figure out.
What does Bricks say as he like the door?
I did tell him to find Prince. 'Cause I knew Prince would actually be more useful, logically.
I'm supposed to find you. We gotta do something.
Cool. All right. Fantastic. Amazing. All right. So
I did also say, as I opened the door, that he drank too much and he needs some fresh air.
He does not. Like, that's a bold-faced lie. Okay.
I think that, like, upstairs, everything is kind of panicking, and people are kind of, like, trying to figure out what's happening. I suspect that at least a couple individuals see that you're trying to help out Conor Canavan, but they're like, what's happening with Conor? Hey, where are you going? You can't leave. Everything, there's shooting outside. We have to bring everybody inside. So they're locking things down inside the building, and it looks like they're trying to barricade the thing up. Like, you can actually see they're already like throwing up like these barricades with these firing holes out there, and you almost notice that there are already bullet holes inside of Kellen's. This place has been under siege before, and this is like a drill that all of the fighters for Skovland know. So they immediately begin to throw up the barricades. The patrons begin to arm themselves. Things look like they're getting ready for a standoff with something else, and you're trying to run out with Conor, and they're not going to let you do that, right? So what are you doing?
Can I try?
We need to get him to the safe house.
Yeah.
Right, I need him in my workshop. I need to get the sword out. So I'm gonna.
I turn around and like fucking. I'm like, what? No. we need to get him. He's incapacitated.
Allison wants to make a door.
A door?
Oh! Allison wants to make a door. Oh, yeah. Shit. Okay.
Wait,
I mean, I'm assuming they're barricading the door. They're barricading the windows, right?
Yeah, and they're like taking up defensive positions, drawing the rifles, putting everything on the parapets.
Yeah, the nearest wall. I'm just gonna try and make a door.
What?
That is a group action because I want to help.
You can make a door?
You'll see.
I'm a saboteur. Yeah.
I can only talk ourselves so much out of stuff. Fuck it, make the door. All right.
Okay.
Heard, making the door. So I'm gonna say I have demolition tools because I'm gonna need the. Would wrecking tools work, or do I need demolition tools to create a door?
if you're smacking the wall brick by brick using a hammer, then I'll say wrecking tools. If you're doing the quick hole, then you need a demolition tool.
Quick. So yeah, you see Taliesin just like start like they just like lift up their coat. They're wearing a corset with like bandoliers of alchemical equipment, and they just start like pulling stuff out of like pockets, and like they reach into like their pant leg and just pull out like.
I think that there are two
like
of the
a
fighters for
wire,
Skovlander just going like, hey, what are they doing? Hey, what are you doing? Hey, is that Conor?
Go barricade the doors. Go man that. Go grab the equipment. Do this. Like fucking. Let's go.
I think that Aaron is trying to sway, or
sure.
command.
Sway.
You're trying to convince them.
Get them to not look
Yeah,
at me.
like hurry up, go do your job.
So you're
Hurry
trying
up.
to convince
Yeah.
them and misdirect them. Bricks, what are you doing?
Hanging out.
Can I? Well, first of all, I picked up my hammer. But second of all, can I help both of them with their roles?
Yeah, this is just your part in the group action.
Yeah, so I can consort with the Skovlanders to help Aaron convince them to do their shit, and I also brought demolition tools.
Nice. So which one do you want to roll, though?
I can only roll one.
You're picking
Okay.
a faction or a side to help out with this.
I will help with the with the convincing them, because that seems more likely to go poorly.
Fantastic. So, Bricks, you're going to roll consort. Aaron, you're going to roll sway. Taliesin, you're going to roll wreck.
Yes.
And Halson, this has been one heck of a night.
Has Halson just been singing this entire time?
She's
Singing, dancing.
Chaos has finally come.
Life,
yeah, but I think even as all this shit is going down, they've not stopped playing the music. There's still folk songs being going around.
I can imagine that. Like,
I'm helping.
They're playing faster.
I can imagine that, like, Taliesin is screaming about a sword, Bricks is carrying Conor out, people are like, what's going on with Conor? Prince is trying to sway them, and then Halson is just on the stage like, and I set fire to the rain.
Sliding across the stage in a chair, and then cue the bucket dump,
With the bucket with the water.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
She's just killing it on stage.
Is there anything that I could do to modify my role?
You can push yourself. Take.
And pushing myself takes a stress?
To take 2 stress, take a dice, or you can take the devil's bargain.
Ooh. Yeah, I guess I'll just do regular.
And I use my Battleborn to push myself during this fight.
What does it do?
Does this count as fight? You may expend your special armor to reduce harm in an attack in combat, or push yourself during a fight. I'm guessing
This is not a fight.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Well,
You
we're
know what?
having a fight outside.
I'm going to push myself.
Yeah.
I'm going to take 2 stress.
Alright. Halson, what are you doing?
Ooh, nice.
Can I use my finesse to misdirect something to help give them an edge?
100%. Go for it.
Okay.
So is everyone rolling to give me +1? Is that what's happening, or
No, everyone
rolls and we take the highest roll, basically.
We have 2 6s so far.
So Bricks is helping you, and he's got a 6, and he's good, right?
Yeah, he's good. Okay. Then I have to roll. Oof.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So you're still good. We don't have to keep adding stress to Taliesin. Let's go, Halson.
All right.
Yeah, how much stress have I taken?
None so far.
Oh, okay, good.
Am I mean, I'm chilling in the bar. Is this risky? Controlled? What did you think?
Everybody's doing desperate because the whole place is actually coming down around as the place goes into fortress mode.
Yeah.
So you're just trying to like blend in with the crowd now, and you're like, oh yeah, we gotta get to the. Oh yeah, sure.
Yep. Standard effect.
Yeah.
No bonus die.
Okay, now Taliesin, you take a stress.
Sorry.
And then Taliesin, go ahead and roll yours.
Taliesin is just
having a good time. Having a good time.
Like you see Taliesin just pulling out like demolition tools and like various like bag of gunpowder and like wires and things and just like shoving it into a brick in the wall.
Oh my god.
Like they've taken like a chisel and like ripped a brick out and are now like packing it with gunpowder and shit.
Oh shit.
Rolling wreck. Risky? Desperate?
It's desperate.
Yep. Effect? Great. Limited?
Yes, it's great.
Great. Okay.
You are using explosives.
Bonus dice? None.
Devil's bargain?
Well, what would the devil's bargain be?
Wait, I thought them helping out Taliesin would give dice.
This is group action. We're taking the
This is
highest.
the group action.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just roll.
Okay.
All right, fantastic. So the highest is double sixes, critical success.
Thank God. Thank you, Barry. Good job.
This is what a critical success for this blast looks like. I'll narrate half of it. You get to narrate the other half. The charges are set, professionally placed. The place goes completely manic.
Hit the fucking door!
You scream out. The charge explodes, blasting a massive fucking hole in the wall that provides you with... Go on. You get to narrate how this helps you out dramatically now.
Please.
Taliesin had overzealously in their rush packed it with gunpowder, and they also threw in. I don't have the one that lets me make the place haunted. But
Nope.
Can I say that I packed with my bandolier of alchemicals? I just like threw in a smoke bomb in there. I have another bandolier of alchemicals with me. I took another one.
Fantastic.
So
Smoke fills the room.
So it's just like the entire bar just fills with smoke, and you
my
see
God.
like from the outside we see an entire just wall just blow out from the tavern, and just white smoke billowing out.
I'm just gonna yell fucking Hal! Fucking Rev, time to go!
Outside,
Fucking move!
I feel like from BD's perspective, BD's just looking down the alley, just like with like that soreness in your abdomen. You look, you see where like the lightning shot came from the rooftop, and you're like, oh okay, you're like feeling pretty okay, and then just massive explosion, smoke engulfs the entire streets. Ignatius and Arden on the rooftop. You just see the side of Kellen's just absolutely disappear. The building looks like it just exploded. And then out come Brix, Taliesin, Reverend, Prince, and Halsin into the street with Brix holding somebody in tow.
Yeah, she did. I guess you don't know yet.
And at the other end of the street, you can just see that there's like a group of like 10 of these hooded riflemen beginning to march down, and they see that the whole thing is blown out, and they immediately take a knee and then start lighting up into the middle of the street. Rifle fire followed by the belt-fed machine gun into the street where everybody's beginning to pile into. Bullets are whizzing by. You can hear the cracking of the ricochets start moving by. And so everybody, so Brix, Taliesin, Reverend, and Halsin, you are in a kill zone right now from that machine gun that the Spiritist gang is beginning to lay down on you.
Is the smoke helping?
It is helping. They are firing blindly.
Yeah, blindly into the fucking smoke is what they're doing.
Yeah. Can I try to do something about that gun?
Yes. What do you do?
I want to talk to it. No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
I'm gonna talk to it. Why are you doing this, machine gun?
I don't know. I just
you should
feel
work
like
for us instead.
I just am on automatic mode.
Can I try to use a prowl to throw a throwing knife into the gun to make it
The ammo belt?
He's trying to throw like a fucking knife into the chamber to stop it from cycling.
All right.
Amazing.
It would be a pretty difficult throw from where you are, so I would say you would have a standard effect because they a standard position or risky position. They don't see you there. but it would have limited effect. I'm not sure how well the knife might work in this situation.
Well, go ahead.
Well, we could always negotiate you getting much closer to have a better effect.
Yeah, let's do that.
Nice. Describe to me how you are approaching the machine gun and that you will throw your knife. How are you doing this without getting caught? Or do you even care if you get caught? And then tell me how you're doing the knife thing.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is probably, is it Arden Cole? Arden's firing his gun.
Yeah.
We can see, the camera pans to, just gently behind him, and you can just see Ignatius Max, fading into the shadows, and he starts to immediately, exit, he's leaving the entire scene, but he's not really leaving. He's going downstairs to circle the building.
Yeah, you just vanish. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you're just moving quick.
To get down. And I guess he's gonna try to disguise himself maybe as someone who just blends in with the crowd, so they wouldn't immediately be suspicious of him entering the street or whatever.
Okay. Yeah,
you live in that place.
Yeah, it looks like any of the laborers or anything. He's trying to on the fly Sherlock Holmes disguise his ass in the perimeter. Okay. So you want to use prowl for this?
Sway.
Disguise. Okay. To approach, and then your objective with this is to convince them to stop shooting, or what exactly? Because I'm trying to wrap this all up into one move.
Oh, into one move. Then I guess I'm going to use prowl then, yeah.
All right. So roll me your prowl. You're disguising yourself, getting closer. I think that it's desperate in that you will be in grave danger if this doesn't go right.
Oh, yeah.
But you will have great effect if this works out.
You said risky or controlled? Oh, desperate. I'm sorry.
And remember, whenever you roll desperate, you take an XP for the attribute that you're taking a desperate thing for.
Oh, shit. I forgot about that.
It's all good.
How many bonus dice do I get for stress?
If you spend 2 stress, you will get a bonus die, or you can take the Devil's Bargain.
What's the Devil's Bargain look like?
The Devil's Bargain is that there is another gang here, and it's not Spiritus.
I'll take the bargain.
John, come on!
Why do you even ask him? Just tell him what the bargain is. You know he's gonna take it.
I guess we're all just gonna die tonight.
You add your dice. You
I think he did.
You got a 6.
You get a 6.
You got a 6 from the bonus dice.
You're able to sneak right amongst the machine gun position, and you immediately slice the belt of ammunition. The men are confused with what happened, but before the gunner can even grapple with you or try to say an objective, you have already sliced his throat. Everyone looks back towards the position where the gun used to be, and the gunner sits there as if nothing has happened. The only difference is that his hood begins to fill with a bright red crimson stain, and you are nowhere to be found.
Boom.
Nice.
The motherfucking halfling. Holy shit.
So there are now 2 gang members here.
Absolutely. Let me tell you about the other thing. Halcyon.
Woo!
So, as the machine gun fire stops, the smoke begins to dissipate. Finally quiet. The ringing is so loud, so cacophonous, not musical at all. And yet, you can hear the clanking of metal, almost like rings? And you can feel that the sky above you darkens up, even more so than the pitch of night. And around the street of Kellens, it is as if there is a shroud of darkness that's being cast all around, and the spotlights begin to shine all over the street. It's as if you're inside of a giant canopy, a circus, a tent, if you will, and you can see in the distance multiple figures running and jumping amongst the buildings, glittering with blades and sharpened teeth.
It's Assassin's Creed. Got it.
I think that to show that how grave and how much danger we're in, Brix Bowden, you are currently carrying Conor Canavan when you feel a blade has been driven directly into your back.
What?
You would suffer, I'm going to say, level 2 harm, stabbed in the back, although you can choose to resist this with either spending stress by doing a resistance roll or your special armor because you like to battle.
I'm gonna use my special armor to reduce the harm.
So now it is level 1 harm, poked in back, so you can still feel the gash. What is the special armor? Is this literal armor?
It's my scales.
Fuck. I feel like you could feel a blade jam into the back of your coat, and then that same blade shatter. You can feel the scales twist and peel off itself, but now it has served as your early warning system. You feel that blade then bounces off, and you can hear like a cackling in right behind your ear. Clever man. What do you do?
Well, over one shoulder I have Connor, and the other hand I have my warhammer, so I'm going to swing my warhammer around behind me to try to hit whoever stabbed me.
Fantastic. I think that you actually connect, but that figure, as soon as the hammer smashes into him, vanishes into mist. It's as if he's exploded into a dark smoke, only to reappear right above a street corner under where Halcyon is. And you can hear the voice, tisk, tisk, tisk. A Chevreau in our territory? My, what bad luck you have. What do you do, Halcyon?
I feel like I know what this is.
Who are these people? I'm asking as a character and as a person. Hello?
What do I want to do?
Meta-wise, you're in great danger. You will die if you stay.
Yeah. Honestly, I think at this point, Halcyon just wants to prowl away. But I mean, danger assessment. This is a little out of hand, and I think slipping out and perhaps trying to grab someone else with me to bring along to help lead them out of the smoke, as it were. Something to that nature, just to
take Taliesin with you. Jesus Christ!
Right? Yeah.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? We're in the middle of a circus. This is great. Yeah, I think you can actually hear circus music beginning to play, like a show is beginning.
But it's every other note is like discordant, you know.
Oh, it hurts you. Yeah, it feels
a
bad.
minor key.
It hurts. Yes, absolutely. And Halcyon will just she'll just curse under her breath and tell everyone, this is a wash. Just back out now. This is
a wash. We already got our. Let's leave. This is what we're trying to do.
All right, this is a wash. Let's leave. We're done.
Halcyon, why don't you lead the group action to escape?
Please.
Okay, I will do that. I want to try and prowl.
Help her prowl away as well?
Everybody here will attempt to help with the roll, but every failure adds to Halcyon's stress. She, I think, alone knows what is about to happen, and it's bothering her a lot. So,
that's fair.
Everybody describe what you would do in order to break out of this death circus. I'll start with BD at the far end. BD, you're probably at the very edge of the tent itself. It almost feels like you're like, what the fuck? An entire black canopy appeared above you. But
like
you
a
were the
literal
closest
tent?
to the exit.
Yes.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Okay. What is it made out of?
Darkness.
Circus bullshit.
Clowns.
It's made of clowns. Fucking clowns.
Think from the ceiling there's just a bunch of like meat and dead bodies beginning to twirl around like acrobats, but it's just dead Skovlanders.
Oh wow. So BD is totally fine. This is no big deal. No problem.
I just had a gummy.
He is great. Oh yeah, he doesn't need gummies. He's beyond. He's great. Totally fine.
Play on life.
But so I mean, look, he's the ghost guy, right? That's what he does.
I swear to God.
He does ghosts. So to me, it seems obvious. It seems obvious what BD should do in this situation. Well, I mean, I feel like...
Have you learned nothing from
God
the last
damn it,
two
BD,
times?
are you going to roll a tune again?
I feel like I should open this discussion up because I don't feel like it's a very popular choice.
Oh no, we love it.
But to me, that seems...
I'm in danger.
Yeah.
Hey, if
It can be a
something happens
distraction.
to BD, we can just recruit Gary Hung as a replacement.
Oh, true.
Hey, the more ghosts.
Yeah.
I think you should do it. This entire mission is becoming just a clusterfuck of different factions. I think we need more ghosts.
I mean, I don't have to do it. That's why I'm saying, like, I realize that, like, maybe some people may want to take this a little bit more seriously, and I'm...
Would your character do it?
Do what you want.
Would BD summon a ghost right now?
Well, someone mentioned a distraction. I think that's a great idea. So, yeah, maybe we can...
Ghosts are very
roll for
distracting.
Yeah. We can try to... or I guess we can roll for compel again. And then... yeah, try to use it as a diversion.
Okay, so you're tuned to the ghost field to try to make a distraction. Go ahead, roll it.
Alright, it is desperate, and then...
I'd say it'd have standard effect here.
Standard effect, alright.
Nice.
Okay.
So that's pretty good. A hole crackles open on top of the canopy. More tendrils begin to climb out. Now there's a giant hole in the squid's head that's three eyes peering out, and it no longer reads. It just goes, and it begins to reach its tendrils at anything that it can on the roof of the tent. I think that one of like the macabre dancers on the top just gets grappled and just pulled in there. And
Nice.
now the ceiling of the Death Circus begins to light up with both the stage lights and the horrible squid monster that threatens to devour all of Kellen's. Ignatius, what are you doing?
Hoping one of them possesses me. No,
Yes, that is the correct text.
Jesus, what do I want to do?
We're fishing for a double six, basically. If anybody can get double six, then I just immediately end the group action.
I guess I'm kind of alone, not really with the group, but...
No, yeah,
I'm
then
just
you can
gonna-
be out. You can be out.
You can just leave, yeah.
See you at home.
Oh. Okay.
All right.
So if I was doing a group action, it would be something that helped the group, right?
Right. But I think you already helped them, right? You silenced the machine guns.
Sure. If we just forget the devil's bargain.
Yeah, right. All right, very good,
Yeah,
very good.
don't worry about that little thing.
I see you at home, Halfling. All right, Arden,
Yeah.
how do you help
Hey.
everybody extricate from the situation?
I'm just gonna try to provide covering fire.
Nice. You're just blapping at all the shadows that you can see?
Rapid fire.
Ooh, mad
As
minute.
fast as I can.
Okay, pretty good. Hunt?
Hunt, and I'm gonna push myself again.
Desperate Standard? You can take the bonus dice.
Desperate standard, here we go.
Nice. So that's pretty good. You're able to shoot a bunch of rounds into it. Some of them impact, but you just see those damn things continue to turn into mist. Thankfully, most of them seem to just be like busy dealing with the monster above. And then let's go to Reverend. The ghost is finally gone from the basement and now appears above in the giant spotlight. You've made it out to the street with your companions. It almost seems like you're out, but all of these damn jesters with knives have shown up. Halsin urges everybody to go. What do you do?
Do I recognize them? The machine gun armored caravan as my church or not?
Yeah, you did.
I think she would probably try to get the guy, I keep forgetting his name. Konrad?
Connor's
passed. He's out.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, I think she wants to get him into custody of my people.
Okay.
I will vehemently disagree.
He's with Bricks and Taliesin.
Yeah. I think I'll wrestle him off of Bricks and try to get him into the armored caravan.
Okay. So
what the fuck are you doing?
All right, I tell you what. So first,
wait, that's the mission, right?
This is how.
But we
that
don't
is not our mission.
That's not our mission yet.
This is how PvP works.
Yeah.
If two interests come in conflict with the other, first there needs to be a consent, and second it's a one-sided roll. So if Bricks consents, then we fictionally describe how difficult it might be for it to happen, if at all, and then if the player initiating the action succeeds, the action goes forward, but we add complications as necessary if it's like a 4 or 5. If it's a 6, then they just get what they want. So first, does Barry consent with this contrary move?
I mean, I guess.
If you don't want to, you don't have to. I just thought that was the mission.
Yeah, the mission. I mean, outside.
Our mission is with the red sash.
Yeah, the mission was to rob the place, which unfortunately didn't go so well.
And make an example of him.
Which may still be something you can negotiate with at the end.
Wait, I thought the mission was just to get
I thought
him.
Mother told me to get him and bring him back to the church.
For you,
yeah, but that's not.
Yeah, well, that's my mission.
That's not the red sash mission.
That was the mission I was assigned, so I'm trying to do my mission.
Yeah, no,
that's my mission.
If Reverend gets their mission, then it's fine. I end the score normal, but nobody gets paid. That's all.
Can we go through what I was gonna do? Because this would probably work out fine. Because I was going to pull out my dagger, my backup weapon.
Yeah.
And cut his barcode off.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Thank you, Barry.
Yeah,
it doesn't necessarily have to be against him. Then maybe she approaches him, and then that's like maybe Prince suggests that or something like that.
As
my
you
major
approach,
concern,
I'm already sawing at the back of his neck.
Okay, my major concern is meta-wise. Let's think about this for a little bit. The lady wants to collect the debt.
Yep.
And wants him to be made an example out of, right? Okay, the religious people just want the dude alive. We don't know why. Irrelevant.
Yep.
Right? Obviously, we failed at getting the money.
Yep.
Cool. Now, how can we spin this that we look, I guess, in the most favorable light? Because in my opinion, I would just give the dude alive to Mylera. And then be like, look, we couldn't get your money, and we couldn't get you the money, but look, we actually literally brought you the person. Now you have their leader of the gang in your possession to do what you want, to make your example of however you want.
Or you just let Taliesin turn him into a sword in front of Mylera.
No, let me turn him into a sword. Let me turn him into a sword. I want it.
So, because Bricks just acts without thinking, I've already started sawing.
Wait, whoa! We haven't decided that yet. Fuck!
All right, so the skin is coming off.
But now we need to decide what happens after that. But what happens if I fuck up?
There's no fucking. God damn it!
I think I should have to roll for cutting the.
Can you not?
Skin off his neck,
Can
whether
you
or not.
So one of the rules behind making a roll is if the player wants to roll.
Oh, okay.
If the player wants to roll, I need to let it happen.
So I think I need to roll a rec check to cut that off of.
If you're
skirmish?
using rec to pull this off, I'm going to imagine that you are just pinching and ripping that skin off. Finesse if you are trying to surgically extract it.
That's what you're trying
I don't
to do,
have
right?
finesse.
Yeah, well, that's the
That's what
point.
makes it
You're
funny.
trying to finesse it, but you suck at finessing.
Idiot.
Yeah.
You can use wreck. I'm just going to count it as you ripping the flesh off the back of his neck with your hand.
Can I?
Well, I do have a knife.
Yeah, I feel like you're using the knife and trying to be finesse with it, but you suck at it, which is why you have low finesse score.
Okay. Do I have to be the fucking heir of reason here?
Are you going to try to help me as I'm
I
stabbing
kind of.
the way
Why are we do? Why are we doing this now?
I will help you. I will help you do this. This is my
There's
plan
a fucking
too.
time and place for this, lads. Let's get the fuck out of here.
We don't need to do this now.
Yes, we do.
We leave his body and we get away from these clown fucks.
All right, hang on. All
I
right,
need
guys.
his fucking body.
Hold on. Slow down.
I needed Brixie.
So this is what we're going to do, because it's 10 o'clock and then we're running out of time. This is actually how this action is going to go. I think I'm just going to roll a fortune dice.
Oh,
and then
God.
we're going to smash forward into the future. And then you can tell me
no.
about what went right and what went wrong after the thing.
Oh, no.
So I'm going to give one fortune for luck. I'm going to give another dice for Halsin's plan to get everybody to leave. Everybody was trying to contribute as best they could. I'll subtract the dice because things got absolutely chaotic when they were deciding what they were needing to do with Conor Canavan toward the end. So now you're back to one dice. Is there any other factor that I should give you another dice for?
Success of the mission?
No.
Damn it.
I don't think so.
All right, so I roll 1d6.
It's a pretty clusterfuck. I mean, yeah.
You lucky
Hey!
Easy.
All right.
Easy.
So
Holy shit.
I'll tell you what. Go to the bathroom for 5 minutes. Get a drink. I'll narrate to you that you actually all got what you wanted out of this, and then we'll do the aftermath and payout. I can't
my
believe
God.
you lucked out like that. Oh, shit.
You accidentally grabbed the safe.
It is actually the scene where everyone's arguing, pointing fingers at each other, trying to figure out what's happening. Someone's trying to saw at somebody's neck, and then flash forward into the future.
And Brick just, oh yeah.
Wait.
Also
so
safe.
now that we're on break, so we rolled a 6. We're gonna get smash cut to the future.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah, the
just
best
went through
possible
fucking-
outcome.
The best outcome right now.
So did we get the money?
Everything. Whatever the best outcome.
Everything. You shouldn't, but you did. I will be
Yeah,
right back.
somehow, some way,
I will
everything
be
clicked.
right back, you lucky fuckers.
I think we cut to just like BD just like walking through the carnage and like gunfire, holding his flip flops, walking into Kellen's, and then just walking out with a chest under his arm.
The last ghost.
There's clowns stabbing fucking Skovlander rebels. There's fucking gunfire. There's the fucking pointy
First day on the job, baby.
church people shooting at each other.
It's a
This
fucking
is-
ghost
literally,
energy.
this is
protecting
fucking-
them.
You know,
This is Prince right
or even more Giga Chad. BD just sits there doing nothing, and the ghost just apparates back to him with
The
the
original ghost?
safe. Yeah.
The original one.
Yeah, and
This is-
everyone fucking sees the ghost and like, what the it was you?
It was you all along.
And just drops off the safe.
I mean,
Okay.
It just
I don't
goes
know, but I think that Beatty just feels as though he's a hero. Everything right, and he is immensely proud
Beatty
of
just
himself.
feels like a
He feels
hero.
his he feels his self-esteem increasing, which is just it's been a while since he's felt that way.
That's literally my
He's
face.
really happy.
My face is the chat. That's it.
Well, Beatty doesn't know or even really care why your face is like that, so you know, he's just happy.
I just can't believe like this is when I look at these people and it's like I'm gonna die. Yeah. All right.
This is how I die. This
This
is
is literally how I'm going to die.
You and me are in the same boat.
Arden
You have like
and
bandages and you're fucking because you cracked your ribs and shit.
Arden and Prince are the only two normal people here.
and just remember, like our previous discussion, Taliesin and I are survivors of the Carcosa Foundation.
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
So
all
like
right.
we've been through some shit.
Oh my
The
god.
only known members who have survived.
Yeah.
All right. I have
have questions
before we
too.
get back into it. Like we're back at or So we got the best possible outcome. Cool.
Yep.
So we got the money. We got the dude.
Yep.
We have successfully scalped his neck for his barcode. So now we have completed both of the sub requirements for the lady.
How we passed him onto the church, and then Taliesin also turned him into a sword.
I guess that's the flavor text for the end part is the fucking passing on to the church and the flavor of the sword. Good luck.
Yeah, no, I think it still makes sense. It just has to work in time wise.
Yeah.
Like the condition of the church getting him is met. So
Yeah, but
Trevor doesn't care.
I feel like
she fulfilled her mission, and then you maybe like go into the church, then transmute him or something. I don't know what the church did with him. Ken will have to like tell me about that or whatever. But somehow, some way, you get him from the church and turn him into a sword.
Do I need to turn him into a sword, or I just need to get the sword from him?
I thought you had to transmute him into the sword.
Yeah, what is the
All right, it sounds like everybody's very interested in about the sword thing, so why don't we use that as a scene? I think that Canavan is then taken, with the back of his neck missing. There's a nice raw spot. He is sent into his confession booth, like at the start of the show where we were seeing him confessing to a figure named Mother.
Nice.
You hear the screaming and crying, I didn't mean it, it's for Skovlander, it's really just not about just me. He is then, you just see Mother come out of the confessional booth, but Canavan never leaves on his own accord. At some point, the members of the Devil Dogs break into this particular temple and retrieve Canavan in a completely catatonic and broken state. It's as if his spirit was pulled out of him.
Oh.
However, upon gathering his body, I feel like Taliesin could still hear the voice. It can still work. It's fine. Just use his anima. And you don't know how you do this, Taliesin.
He pulled the sword out of the hole in his neck.
I've learned.
Yeah.
I've learned a thing or two from my days back in the Carcosa Foundation.
I think
can still make this work.
You reach into the wound in his neck, which is still raw and bloody, but your hand passes through and continues to drive deeper. At some point, you're like, I'm pretty sure I'm just pushing my hand into this man's inside.
Grabbing his spine.
I'm just grabbing a guy's
The hilt of the sword is his spine.
Taliesin, what are you doing? You're fucking crazy! So, you end up, as you start extracting, it's like this weird, eerie glow inside the
He's just
temple.
like strapped like to my table in my workshop.
Yeah,
just, like, face down, like arms flat out, and I'm just like reaching into his spine.
You feel like the eerie glow, the entire room begins to frost over, but there it is. You feel it. The hilt of something. And you begin to draw it out, little by little, until you have actually stepped almost 3 or 4 feet away from the table. It's a big fucking sword. It actually looks more like a claymore as you continue to draw more and more of it out. And then finally, boom, it comes crashing to the ground, weighing something like, 40 kilos or some shit like that. It's so heavy, and yet for you, as you grip it again, you're able to lift it just fine with one hand. It's strange how such a heavy object can be wielded so lightly by you, Taliesin Creed. Now let's talk about...
Did you take the poison promise? Is it cursed?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's cursed.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's cursed.
Oh, have fun with that.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna have so much fun.
Enjoy your berserk arc. That's pretty cool. All right.
Yeah. Taliesin looks at it and it's like they see their own like face, like the burn side of their face, like lit up in this like eerie green light, and they're just like grinning wildly, and they're just like, it's the most fucking beautiful thing I've seen in my entire life.
Absolutely amazing.
I also like in this scene, we just see...
And then I'm going to lock it away in my chamber where no one can see it.
Of course.
Well, I mean, no one else can use it.
Hold on, though. But I know that Ignatius had a clip in here.
Of course.
Yeah, like I just imagine the halfling in the dark, like maybe he's a little bit illuminated, but he's just witnessing all this, and he just smiles, and then we fade.
Perfect. Let's talk about payoff. So, we'll talk about the mechanics, and then we can kind of narratively justify what happened. So payoff. The crew will earn 2 rep per score by default. If the target of the score was a higher tier, you will take +1 rep per tier higher. FFS is tier 1, you were tier 0, so you are taking 3 rep.
Easy.
If you keep the job completely quiet, you didn't earn any rep. You did not keep the job quiet, don't worry. You will earn coin based on the nature of the operation. So
well, they didn't know!
You are going to get 10 coin for this job. Mechanically, you can distribute it however you want, but each individual can only carry 4 coin at any given time before they have to convert it to stash. Everything else goes into the crew. So I'm imagining the easy split is everyone gets a coin, and then 2 for the crew. Or you don't put any in the crew, and some people get 2 coin. How do you want to split?
I'm going to be very honest. Ignatius said he forfeited his. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually have many people forfeit their pay and then put all in the crew.
What does the coin actually do mechanically?
Yeah,
it buys you more downtime actions. It can be used to help speed up projects or increase the effect of downtime projects. It can be used to be converted into stash money. Stash money eventually turns into tiers of stash. Tiers of stash let you write your epilogue. So if you have tier 0, everyone here has tier 0 stash. If you retire your character right now, you roll 2d6, take the lowest, and based on that result, that's kind of like the end of your story. It's usually pretty bad. But if you had tier 4 stash, you would take 4 dice, roll it, get to see what the highest would have been, and then you get to write off your retirement as like the fucking most badass thief in all of Doskvol. So it's like a retirement mechanic.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think 1 for everyone and what 2 to the stash or whatever. Sounds good. Yeah. Or maybe 1 for everyone and except John and 3 to the stash.
Only
you
if
got
John
something instead, right?
Wants that.
Yeah. You know, I didn't really remember.
I'm taking my coin.
Yeah, and you take all 10 coin.
Yeah, he's the spider. He's probably the one that hands out the coin, so you don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll remember this.
Yeah. The math is there, motherfucker.
Now, normally you would have had to give one of these coins up to the red sashes, but you did make a deal with Mylera, and I think like that's the scene, right, where she sees. How did you convince her that the example was made, and what did you give her in order to compensate her for the coin? In the chaos of the moment?
No, I thought we got the chest.
We got the coin.
Yeah, we gave her the coin.
You can have Connor. I don't need him anymore.
Do you just give her the body?
How about? Do you want me to handle this or no?
Yeah, narrate to me how the scene is, because she was looking to get paid back what was owed from Connor. So what did you give Mylera to pay her what Connor was due? Because then she would slice from that and then give you your cut, right?
Yeah. I give her what she's due, which is the coffer, right, that we got.
Nice.
And then I'll have fucking Brick with me, right? And he will bring in the body and be like, is Connor alive is he alive or dead, or is he just like a stupor?
I think that
at this point it's probably a limp body.
Yeah, he's
basically
breathing,
brain dead.
But
Did you survive the extraction?
Sure, survive.
Yeah.
Oh,
he has no personality.
Survived is a strong word, but yeah.
Like here, I would just be like, here's your body of the head of your enemy. I'm sure with this, like you would be able to do more than what we initially agreed with. Like to see, can we get something more from this? Or at least to put us back on our better side since we lost -1 earlier. Can I try to sway her? And I don't know.
I think you may certainly try. You're trying to convince her that the fate that he suffered was so bad that she has so much freedom now to do what she needs to make that message happen, and that we did everything that she needed to do and then some, right?
Oh, and then here's the fucking back of his neck. Here, if you want any more proof of him, or you have the body and you have a piece of him to do what you wish.
What happened at Kellen's that night was so outrageously wild, so attention-grabbing, so unprofessional that I think that this would be a desperate action, but you can roll.
I'm going to. How much stress can I incur now?
That's a good question. Check your sheet. I'll throw people's stuff out here again.
One.
Oh, you don't have any stress on you, baby. You can.
No, I'm chill, dude.
You can. Yeah. So you take the 2 stress.
I'm cooler than a cucumber.
+1.
So that okay, +1. Is there anything else I can do that'll help me? I don't think so, right?
No.
Can anyone else think of anything?
They can. They can. Take stress
What
to
are you
help
doing?
I'm gonna sway her that we're not fuck ups.
I'll take a stress to do that.
Nice.
Is it a single stress?
Yeah, you take a single stress to give him a dice.
Yeah, I can take a single stress.
I could
Is
help.
everybody there?
No, please,
don't
not
know.
everyone. My
Reverend's
God.
not there.
No, I'm there for
Yeah,
sure.
he has to carry the body, so he's with me.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Taliesin would be there then.
Oh, I'm sorry. So this can't actually stack as much as I thought it was going to. It's one teammate may assist in the roll for 1 stress.
Oh,
Otherwise, it's
okay.
a group
John
action.
did it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
do
So,
it.
okay. So you take the stress in order to give 1d to Aaron. How did you? Are you just like backing up his claims? Did you do something interesting here? Like, how's this going down?
I just simply back up his claims, nothing more.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. You have +1 for pushing yourself, +1 for the teamwork, and then whatever your sway is.
So would that be controlled or position?
This is a desperate position.
Desperate.
Because you are
Okay, desperate position.
But I think the
input
effect
standard.
would be standard. Yeah.
Okay, and then plus bonus dice.
So you would have the 2 bonus dice.
So 2 bonus dice. Okay.
Mhm.
Fuck! Come on. Okay. So it doesn't work at all.
I
Bad.
think you significantly offend Mylera after saying all those things, and it shows her that not only did you perform this job in a way that was extremely reckless, dangerous, and over the top, but that you had the audacity to try to convince her that she should continue to rely on you for her professionalism. I think that she finishes her remark by saying, honestly, it would be a better service to hire you for the front line against the Lampblacks, but not for a professional job. Not anymore. And I think that you lose 1 rep with her, so you go down to 1.
Yay.
Wow.
Wow, what a
well,
bitch.
Well, I guess we know who our next target is.
I was gonna say we should talk about having claims.
Does Prince want to
and
become the
gaining
head of
turn.
the Red
I was about
Yeah.
to say. So that was a good try. Now it was a desperate roll though, so you take an experience for that attribute. I encourage you guys to make desperate rolls. And
Where do I put that?
you just put it
It's
next to the go.
next
That
to.
was not
It's on your
your
sheet somewhere. It took me forever to find it. Where the fuck is
It's
it?
those little pips next to your attribute.
Also,
The
that
flag,
wasn't
go
your
ahead, flag.
first desperate roll upon type.
Yeah, so you should go back into chat log and make sure that you're checking all your desperate rolls so you get XP.
Oh. Fuck.
Okay.
Oh, also, a quick question about XP. On like the class XP, for example, Cutter, you earn XP when you address a challenge with violence or corrosion. Is that every time you roll for it?
Not necessarily. It will be usually as soon as you roll for it the first time, we would normally give you a pass. But to get the second one, it would be like if you had a lot of that being displayed. So we can talk about it at the end. We'll talk about that.
Okay, okay.
Oh,
All right, so
mark
let's go to
XP.
the next
Okay,
part.
okay.
We'll talk about heat. After a score or conflict with an opponent, the crew will take heat. Add +1 heat for a high-profile or well-connected target. Add +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. Add +1 heat if you are at war, and add +2 heat if killing was involved. So, I think that Conor Canavan was high-profile. So the leader of the FFS is now missing. That's +1 heat. And Dan, can you just add that to the crew sheet?
Yeah.
It didn't happen on hostile turf because you guys are not at war with FFS, although I'll probably end up giving you a -1 with FFS after this. At +1 heat if you're at war, you're not. At +2 heat if killing was involved. I think people died. So 3 heat.
Yep.
So,
Oh boy.
and then generic amount of heat. 0 heat if it was smooth, quiet, low exposure. 2 heat if it was contained in the standard exposure. 4 heat if it was loud and chaotic with high exposure. 6 heat for wild and devastating exposure. So I'd say I'm not gonna go with the maximum. It's not like the city got destroyed, but Kellen's is, I feel, gone now. So
Yeah, I'd say at least 4.
yeah, let's go with 4 heat in addition, so 7 heat in total. Plus any additional heat from complications or devil's bargains during the session. Nope, we didn't do that, so that's great. Alright, so 7 heat. After the payoff, roll dice equal to your wanted level and read the result according to your heat. So what is our wanted level on that sheet, Dan? Is it still 0 or is it 1 or what?
7.
It's 7.
7, okay. So roll dice equal to wanted level, so you're still at just under 1, so I'm just going to roll 1 dice here, and then you have 7 or more heats. Alright. Let's see. A 3. 1 to 3. For 6 or more heat, ooh, someone is getting flipped or interrogated. Interesting.
Ooh.
One of your contacts, patrons, clients, or group of customers switches allegiances due to the heat on you. They are loyal to another faction now.
Oh, I wonder who that could be.
Yeah.
We may never know.
Yeah. No, I think that there is a scene where, like, after the debacle with Mylera and Prince happens, immediately after he leaves, a shadowy figure emerges into her office. And it has the cackling, sort of thin, reedy voice that Halsin recognized in the streets. And he goes, well, that didn't go as well as planned, but perhaps my circus might be of benefit to you? And I think that she makes a deal now with another crew.
She's like, oh, fucking the Devil Dogs, they don't have professionalism. I know who to go to for professionalism. Actual fucking clowns.
Actual clowns. Clown emoji. So
real clowns.
The red sashes basically are now allied, at least tentatively, with the 5 rings. I'll make a faction gang thing paperwork later. Alright, and then finally we go to downtime. When you're at liberty between scores and find some respite from peril, you may pursue 2 downtime activities from the list below. You will also recover all of your armor uses. During downtime, you may perform additional activities from the list by spending either 1 coin or 1 rep for each. For any downtime roll, add +1 dice to the roll if you get help from a friend or contact. After the roll, you may increase the result level by 1 for each coin spent by hiring assistance, paying a bribe, etc. So basically, like, if I was like, oh, it's a risky standard, but you're like, oh, I'll give you one of my coins. Oh, okay, so it's risky, great, right? And that can help you out with whatever you're doing. So here are the things that you can do, and I think that there's actually a reference guide here. So player toolkit, handouts, downtime, and then I'll pop this up on screen for you. Okay. So I'm just going to go in order so that things don't get too crazy. But I will ask. And if you want to put yourself in the scene, you just let me know. But Taliesin Creed, you have 2 downtime actions. What do you do on your downtime? You have the options to either acquire an asset, start working on a long-term project, begin recovering, so your healing clock, reduce the heat from the crew, train in order to get XP for your playbook, or indulge in your vice by visiting a purveyor of your vice and rolling dice equal to your lowest attribute to try to clear your stress.
Can I indulge in my vice?
Certainly. Tell me about your vice. How do you indulge in it?
My vice is weird.
You have a new sword, don't you?
I do have a new sword. What can I do with the sword that would indulge my vice?
Start cutting
What's your
holes in
vice
reality.
again? What's your
Wait, what?
What?
No, I couldn't really hear what either of you were saying because you were both talking. I didn't know.
Vice is weird. To do weird things. Strange tinkerings. Fucking around with shit.
Well, maybe I visit my friend Lynch, who is my black market arcade material dealer. You know, Leviathan blood, ectoplasm, strange vapors, things like that. Maybe I just go to him and I just get some like strange like tincture or some like a jar of something that I like. I pop open the jar and this mist comes out and I just like inhale it. My eyes dilate.
It smells like Skovlander, but it also smells like 2097. You don't know what that means.
Right, it's just some like strange like arcane drug that I've taken to kind of attune more with the strange. Maybe the halfling is there. I don't know.
Maybe.
But
Sure, I mean, if they got ghost possession services,
he can be there.
Oh, is your vice the same?
Well, mine's getting possessed by ghosts.
BD's also has an unofficial vice for mansplaining, so you know.
Here we go. All right, so then mechanically, Taliesin, roll me your lowest attribute, and then you clear that amount of stress equal to the highest dice on your result. So what's your lowest attribute?
Resolve.
Then roll resolve.
So I clear 2?
Did you get 2 and a 1? So you have to take the lowest. So you got a 1, so you can clear
right.
1. And you have a second one. You can continue to huff it to keep trying to clear the stress. Do you do that?
I'm gonna do that, but I think Taliesin takes so much that they just like they wander off and take their leave, and then they just spend the rest of the evening just like polishing and looking at the sword and talking to the sword and like putting like strange chemicals on it to see how it reacts and just like experimenting with it. And I'm just like I'm really just into swords now.
And I'm sorry, I should have actually given you +1 die on the roll because you are getting help from Lynch. So I think re-roll that first one, give yourself +1 bonus die. Lynch
or should I just roll another die?
Yeah, just roll another die, and then you'll get to subtract whatever plus. Okay, so
we'll
subtract one more, and then you have one more that you can roll. So this is just one flat die. So do that. Lynch gives you all your kit to pursue your new hobby of weird swordsmanship. So roll 1 die, and we'll see how much more stress you clear. Oh, nice. How many did that? So you have 5, and you cleared 6. All right, fun rule, y'all. So if you clear more stress than you actually had, you have overindulged.
Oh, shit.
You have made a bad call because of your vice, and in acquiring it or while under the influence, we must ask, what did you do? So here are your
that
options.
Tracks.
You either attracted trouble, so that means that we need to either select or roll another entanglement, so the whole like flip thing, that's an entanglement. You can brag about your exploits, and the crew takes 2 more heat. You get lost, so you play a different character until this one returns from their bender. Or you are tapped. Your current purveyor cuts you off. You have to find a new source for your vice.
Ooh.
Oh no! Did you go too wild with Lynch?
Maybe? I don't know.
Did you just brag about how fucking cool that shit was?
Am I cut off forever from Lynch? I need to go find someone else, or he's just like, no, I can't sell you this shit anymore right now. Like you're.
That's right. He cannot. Like you can still talk to Lynch, but you can't go to him for your vice.
I see, but I can still go to him for like professional stuff.
Sure.
Okay. I can still use him to get, like, Leviathan blood to blow shit up or something with.
Yeah,
I just can't... He just won't sell me the weird... Yeah, he just won't sell me the weird drugs.
No, not after that last episode where you literally fucking started drawing your new sword and fucking swinging it everywhere after you started playing around with all those weird chemicals that you were huffing. You scared a lot of people that night.
The sword wasn't... I hope the sword wasn't public. I wouldn't want people to know I have the sword.
I think that...
The sword doesn't like it when I tell people about the sword.
I don't think people recognize it as the sword, but I certainly think that it is something that you can't stop fucking thinking about. And when you have the opportunity to really get in touch with it, you just find it drawn in your hand already. You don't remember how that happened.
I can swing this thing around with one hand.
Stop it! Stop it, Taliesin! God.
Taliesin,
Yeah.
you think that thing is a sword?
Oh,
What else is it?
I mean, it's a fucking It's a fucking
Difference of
broadsword.
perspective.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That is actually amazing.
Taliesin sees a sword. I do not.
You know what? Let me write that in my notebook. I'm very curious
gosh.
To see what this...
It's just a spine.
God.
Well, no, it's like a massive fucking huge hunk of fucking sword.
Guys, we'll
It's a
come back to this
broadsword.
another time, but the idea that Taliesin sees one thing and the rest of us see another is fascinating.
That's sick.
In any case,
I see.
you look like
I
you were
see
swinging
Skovland.
stuff.
I see the kingdom of Skovland reflected into my eyes. You know, like
I think we know what your arc is now. All right.
what? Being fucking becoming what the fuck's his name from Soul Calibur?
You were the
Yeah.
chosen one.
Nightmare?
Yeah.
Nightmare. Yeah, I just
Nightmare,
become
yeah.
Nightmare.
All right. Reverend, what do you do with your 2 downtime actions?
I do have a mechanical question. Reading through this rules reference. For the train one, it says, if you choose to train, mark 1 XP for an attribute or your playbook. 1 XP for an attribute. What does that mean exactly?
An attribute is that thing that we were giving XP for desperate rolls for. It's the top bar.
So like insight, prowess, resolve.
When you fully tick, when you fill that bar, you get to put a dot in one of those things.
And the one I rolled earlier, I would have 1 in that one. So the desperate roll, what did I do? It was skirmish, so I should have 1 in prowess. Is that?
Yeah,
Right.
if skirmish is under prowess, then yeah, you would have another XP there.
Okay.
So
Then
desperate? Oh god, I need to check.
Every time you made a desperate roll.
yeah, I'd like to do training for both then. For 1 for the playbook and 1 for what is that? Prowess.
Okay, so one attribute or your... Okay, so you get an XP for your playbook. Great. You get another XP for prowess. Fantastic. Did we get a crew training upgrade for the Bravos, for Devil Dogs?
Let me check. I don't think so.
Okay, cool. And then I guess, like, what does that look like when you're training? Where you train? You train in, like, the Devil Dogs, like, huge fucking punching ghost meat?
I think, yeah, part of it is maybe if she would ask BD if potentially she could like spar with a ghost.
Oh shit! Just summoning ghosts to fight.
Yeah, like she was taken aback, I guess, by like how like she wants to be better at that. Like,
Yeah.
So that's part of it, and then maybe just the normal doing a round in the pit fighting ring or something like that.
Is there anything that BD has to do to, like...
It's all flavor.
No, yeah, we're just describing the flavor.
Okay.
All right, cool. Well, actually, BD, while you're here, what are your 2 downtime actions?
Well, I have cracked ribs, so I should probably recover that.
Yep. So you need to get treatment or to tick your healing clock. It's like a long-term project. So when you fill a clock, each harm is reduced by 1 level. I believe that everyone's healing clock is a 4-tick clock. Do you know a doctor?
No.
Okay.
I feel like BD knows no one.
Okay.
I know a doctor.
Okay. That might help. So you can actually go to have a scene, I guess, with Arden, to go to Arden's contact and then spend a coin to have them help you recover.
Okay.
So I believe...
Do I need to mark that on my progress clock?
Yeah, so if you spend a coin to go to Arden's contact, I believe you are rolling resolve? Or, hold on. Yeah, I think it's either finesse or something. Give me one moment. And then the doctor will help you out. Healing. Recover. You do not have access to this compendium. Okay, that's weird. Alright, I'm just going to go with study for now, and then you can get +1 dice because you're taking advantage of the Physiker. So you're going to Arden's Contact. So you spend your coin, and then you can get 2 dice to do that. So is that cool with you? You just roll 2 dice, and then if you get a 6, then we mark 3 on your progress clock to healing. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, so standard for position?
Yeah, it's standard.
Okay.
So risky standard, yeah.
Risky standard. Okay, got it. Yeah. Gotcha. All right, 2 dice.
Okay, cool. So this is just a standard, so you're just going to get 2 progress on your thing. When you hit 4, you can clear it off. Now, I know that you don't have any more coin to spend on the Physiker, so you can try to self-treat, but I would then change it to Desperate, and it would be the same effect. So do you want to do that? Do you want to try to treat your... I feel like the Physiker is just like... They want to try to help you, but I think that... What is his name? Melvin, right, Dan?
Melvir.
So Melvir used to work out of Kellen's. But it was destroyed in an incident that he doesn't necessarily know that you were a part of, and he's lost his primary patron, which used to be the Fighters for Skovland. So he's currently struggling to make his clinic work, and he doesn't have the funding. That's why he wasn't really able to help you too much. Perhaps he could kind of set some of your ribs in place, but that's all the treatment he could give you. He gave you a little bit of advice on what you can do the rest, but that's about it. You feel like you may know enough to keep treating yourself. But do you take that risk? You would have to spend the other downtime, actually.
Yeah. I think I'm okay for now.
Okay, what would you like to spend your other downtime action on?
And I see the fortune teller for my weird vice.
You certainly can. So tell me a little bit about how this vice is indulged.
So I show up in this like back alley, sketchy kind of area where there's a table set up. Mm-hmm. Behind a curtain, there's a wizened old crone with like a... She sounds like she's been smoking her entire life. Yeah, exactly. And so she tells me that great fortune awaits, that I'm big and powerful and strong. And then she showed me some images in her crystal ball. I didn't notice that it was actually plugged into the wall, but that's okay. I loved it. And yeah.
All right, I should warn you, BD, you don't have any stress right now. If you do this, you're going to auto-overindulge.
Oh shit, I didn't realize. I thought I got XP for Vice, though.
You do, if you... Yeah, but you will overindulge.
Oh, okay. Is everyone okay with potentially dealing with the repercussions of BD overindulging?
Sounds like BD.
It does sound like BD, but
roll your lowest attribute, and we'll see what happens.
There's one particular overindulgence that I really hope you do not pick.
Yeah.
Please do not pick that.
I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I don't even know. So that just adds to the experience. All right. So it's I click indulge vice, right?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah.
All right.
Jesus.
What did we get? Yeah.
5.
Fantastic. So you've overindulged exactly 5. And now you will pick. Do you attract trouble, where you select or roll an additional entanglement? Will you brag about your exploits to this fortune teller and everyone who is willing to listen to give the crew +2 heat? Are you about to get lost and play a different character until this one returns from their bender? Or are you tapped and you've just pissed off this fortune teller with all of your questions? by getting cut off from this purveyor.
I like how it has in parentheses who currently has 0 stress.
I feel like the most beady thing would be to brag, but I also, again, I realize that this is going to have repercussions on the rest of the group, so I want to make sure that everyone's okay with that choice before I go with it.
It makes sense to me.
That would put us at wanted level, just FYI.
Sorry, what was that?
I think that will put us at wanted if we did that, because if your heat fills up, you get wanted, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
People, you can lower it in other people's downtime actions too.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so is everyone okay with me going with bragging?
Go for it.
Thumbs up.
All right, so BD, how do you brag about your exploits?
Sorry, one more.
Describe
Ozzy was meowing in the background.
Describe to me how you go about bragging about your exploits.
Well, I feel like BD doesn't even drink very much, but he just goes to bars, like, as many as he can, and orders, like, a lemonade, just so that he can sit at the bar and brag to the bartender and all of the patrons. And a lot of people roll their eyes and don't even believe him, but he pushes through anyway. He even tries to contact a few tabloids.
Oh, God.
Because he really feels like everyone should know.
Well, that's quite the story, BD.
Back for some reason.
Why do they call you BD?
Well, that's a great story. And then he continues to exposit
God damn it.
why he's called BD. He does conveniently omit the part that he actually does not have the biggest dick anymore. He feels like the judge cheated him out of his God-given title. So as far as he's concerned, he still has the biggest dick in
That's
Doskvol.
pretty crazy.
Doskvol.
Pretty crazy story. Devil dogs, you said. Fantastic.
Yeah.
They don't count girth, which is crazy.
It really should, you know?
Justice.
It should be its own category.
All right. Very good, BD. Ignatius Max, what do you do in your downtime? I know that one of the things is possession. Is that what's happening today?
Yeah, we're gonna get we're gonna go get possessed at some weird fucking place. I don't know, a place called Nimrod. Fuck it.
Nice.
By some guy named Moon Unit.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Walk me through what it feels like to get recreationally possessed.
It's kind of weird because there's like a ectoplasm and what appears it's in a it's kind of crude because this is like a cheap way to get possessed, but it's like in a cardboard. It's like there's like this weird ectoplasm and in a cardboard cylinder container. What I can only describe as probably the shape of a Pringles can, and it is actually ironically also tapered at the end with what appears to be a cheap like little plastic thing. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to rip it off and like just sniff it into your nostrils, and it's supposed to give you a temporary moment of possession. And I guess if you were rich, you could choose who you could be possessed by, but Ignatius Max isn't really rich yet, so he doesn't get that option. Yeah.
All right. Well, just like Ignatius Max is rolling the dice for who's possessing him, why don't we roll the indulge vice roll?
Where is that on the character sheet? Indulge. Oh, I see it. Okay. Whoa.
All right, a 6. So you clear 6 stress, which means you're 0, but you've definitely overindulged.
Oh my god.
So
dude.
let's talk about it. Do you attract trouble? Hey, if you think about it, this has actually encouragement to just stress yourself the fuck out. Do you attract trouble? Do you brag about your exploits for more heat? Are you about to get lost from your bender? Or are you tapped out and your vice...
What's the entanglement thing?
The entanglement is I just roll the thing that flipped your red sash's contact. I'll just roll it again and see what happens.
Oh wow. Ignatius Max was actually going to be lost for the next session because
gotcha.
we're going to have Mr. Richard Powell show up next week.
What?
Mm-hmm. Dr. Richard Powell.
Oh my fucking god! All right.
Oh no!
That's amazing.
He's gonna take my cool sword.
Curious how this all went down. All right. So yeah, Mark lost. Yep.
Where is that?
And what is the other downtime action that you want to do?
I wanted to contact my blue coat military intelligence officer within my contact, Michael A. Pont, and then -T. And
A. Pont -T.
I wanted to try to get him to kind of maybe I pay him a coin. Fuck it.
Okay.
And say, can you try to downplay some of the exploits that happen? I want to try to reduce heat, essentially.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we will then roll the action. So you're bribing, but you're also leveraging one of your contacts. What action rating would you like to use for this?
Wait, what?
Action rating?
Yeah.
Command, consort,
attribute.
Oh. You can get to pick the highest, right? So.
No, not an attribute.
Uh-oh.
The action rating. So it sounds like you're
the word.
bombs. And so what's the action? Are you consorting? Are you
Oh, I'm
swaying?
consorting with him. Yeah, I'm consorting.
Fantastic. And you're giving him a coin?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what happens. It's a contact, so you're getting +1d to your roll. That's a bonus die. And if spent the coin, I will increase the result by 1 level. So whatever you get, so this is going to be, if you get like a 4 or 5, I give you 2. If you get a 6, I give you 3. If you get double 6s, I'll give you 5 off your heat. I just elevate the tier. I just elevate the tier based on it because you gave me a coin. So strike the coin off your record, and then roll me your consort plus 1 bonus die because that is one of your contacts.
Is it just risky standard?
Yeah, it's risky standard.
Okay.
Ooh.
6.
Nice, dude.
So Mark 3, and because you bribed with a coin, I up the tier, so it becomes a crit. Reduce 5 heat from the crew. Michael Apont-T accepts your patronage, nods in your direction slyly, and then begins to walk away back toward the archive where they work to discreetly get rid of some files. Well done. Okay.
Yep.
Halson, what are your downtimes?
Yeah, so I also wanted to reduce heat.
Okay.
And what I wanted to do was do it by misdirection. I want to point the blame at the circus. Their chaotic ways. The macabre circus and their chaotic ways have definitely thrown everything all off in a tizzy. So I want to do this with finesse it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna sow rumors, especially sow rumors that it was the macabre circus, just to again, Yeah, I don't want us to be wanted. That's definitely going to make things really tough for us here. So I'm going to try and bring it back down.
Roll finesse, risky standard.
Risky standard.
Yeah, but didn't we lose like 5 heat?
Also, I would like to push myself to give an extra die on this.
By all means, take a stress, get another die.
Yeah. Wait, what's our heat at right now then?
We were so high.
Is it 1 stress or 2?
2.
Yeah, we were 2 off being wanted, right? And then we lost 5 because...
No, we were at wanted. We got +2.
Oh, we were at wanted.
All right.
I took 5 off.
Yeah,
So it was 5?
Yeah.
So,
we were maxed out.
With a 5, you reduce 2 more heat off of the Devil Dogs as the rumors begin to circulate that it was actually the Five Rings and the Macabre Circus that begin to circulate around Char Hollow. Not everybody necessarily believes that, but there are some survivors that do recall the pitch black circus canopy that emerged out of nowhere and the horrible demon that came out of the ceiling and pulled more people into it. Didn't know that the Five Rings did that. Must have a whisper on them. All right, what's your other one?
I'd like to train. I'd like to mark an XP for my playbook.
And you shall have it. How do you train?
Mechanically, that's at the bottom left, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, let's see. Did this. So I guess Halcyon will be training. I guess by embracing her more, I guess, demonic inclinations, considering it was what, unfurled her ability in the first place, and, it's part of her makeup. And it's always like a balancing act, indulging in her vice, that's what, lets her know she's human. But it's also the demonic side that, makes her really good at what she does. So we had our awesome musical number, and now it's time to see what new powers we can push ourselves to.
Love it. Mark the XP on your playbook. All right. Brix Bowden, what do you do in your downtime?
So recover, I either have to pay or
self-treat.
Recover, I have to or self-treat, and neither. I don't want to pay.
Self-treat.
Yeah, but
I know.
Have you seen my character sheet?
It is one of the
rolling disadvantage.
Yeah, you would actively push yourself into more harm.
And that'll never heal if I don't do anything.
Oh, nope. Wow.
That's not how wounds work.
I don't imply the mechanical penalty until both your level 1s are filled, so there is time to, in your downtime, it may be that you you acquire an asset, and that asset might be a doctor, for example. You could also do a long-term project to have a permanent doctor on your retainer, so it's not just Melvin the Physiceer, but you still pay for their services. You could try to learn how to become a Physiceer.
Oh, but you still pay for their services.
You still have to pay for their service.
Yeah, what's the long-term project? How does that work mechanically?
Ew.
We just pick a cool thing that you think your character would want to have in the future, and permanently. So, like the ability to treat wounds.
Oh, so my project could be to learn how to be a Physiceer.
Yep.
I want to do that.
Okay, so I'll determine the clock that we need to start for this project. I'm thinking you don't need to be a doctor. It's more like being a field medic, first aid kind of thing. So I'd say it will start an 8-segment clock, and then we will roll a trait and mark 1 segment on the project clock per level. Roll a trait. So how do you go about studying to become a doctor? I know that the obvious one is study, but perhaps there are other ways that you can be taught the ways of first aid.
Can I consort with a Physiceer to try to convince him to teach me some basic stuff?
Maybe you're volunteering, maybe you're looking or shadowing. I know that we have one on hand, Mel Veer. So yeah, you can consort and listen to the woes about how his clinic was destroyed.
Yep. Would that be controlled?
I just do the same thing as Risky Standard. That's the standard one.
Risky Standard, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The risk is your volunteering might hurt somebody. All right. No, that's fantastic. So you get two ticks on that 8-segment clock, so you're a quarter of the way there. What do you do with your other downtime action? Do you continue the same thing?
Train.
Okay. So, are you going to do your attribute or a playbook?
Attribute.
Okay, so mark it for the attribute. How do you train?
Yeah. Is this... do I have to roll for this?
No.
Okay, it's gonna be insight.
Okay.
And survey. I'm going to steal, or I'm gonna borrow my friend Arden's spyglass when he's not looking. And do a little surveying of the city, you could say.
Arden, you notice that the focus settings on your spyglass when you come back are just absolutely different than they were before. Some of the lenses aren't lining up correctly. It's just an old spyglass, isn't it?
And of course, by surveying of the city, I went to the red light district and got on a nice tall building.
I've got a little bit of a discount. Normally you have to pay 2 coin to get in there. God. Not me. Not me. And I got to see it twice.
And they think I'm pretty dumb.
Pretty dumb. Only a dumb man pays for the show. Alright, very good, Chief. Arden Colburn, how do you spend your 2 downtime?
I'd actually like to pay a coin to have a third one.
Ooh, okay, 3 downtime.
So the first one is I want to reduce heat.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to command the citizens and push myself to command them.
Yeah.
Whatever you heard out there about us, that's fake news.
Nice.
Arden Trump.
Yeah, it works pretty well, apparently.
Okay. So let's do the command. Oh, Halson, remember, we have to roll for your Vice thing. I'm sorry. I know that we didn't... Did you... No, you didn't do Vice. You did Heat. Sorry, my bad. Heat and trading. My bad. All right.
So it was risky normal, right?
Risky standard with your bonus because you're pushing yourself.
Right.
Nice.
All right.
That's a 5. So you reduce 2 heat.
We cleaned it up.
The rumors begin to circulate on top of Halson's thing. Now people are just saying a bunch of different things like, yeah, it was the Devil Dogs. What are the Devil Dogs? I don't even know what the Devil Dog is. 5 rings, though? That's pretty bad. And, like, just many, many stories begin to circulate amongst the Doskvol streets, especially in Char Hollow, where they're just suffering from, like, the loss of Conor Canavan. And they're just like, it doesn't really matter whose fault it is, man. What are we going to do now? All right.
Okay, so the second one is I'm going to train.
Okay.
Put another point in insight, so that way, just practicing my shooting, my scouting, all that.
Yeah.
And the last one is indulge in the vice. We're gonna go to the bar and drink, boys.
Oh yeah, boys, we're going on a bender tonight. Let's go. All right, go ahead, hit it. 3. So shave 3 off. Was a good night. Another day at Luke's.
Excellent.
Did you overindulge?
No.
That's why I was bringing my stress up.
The first person.
To time their rolls, yeah. Nope, that's... Arden's an old scoundrel. He's been around for a while. He knows what he's doing.
He knows his limits.
He knows his limits. Yeah, that's why they call me 8 beer Arden. Because 8's a lot. It's a lot.
No more, no less.
No more. Exactly. It shaves off 3 stress. What are you talking about? You don't know yet, but you will.
Oh, I'm short on time. 8 shots then. Let's do this.
8 shots. We gotta go quick. I got a job to do. All right, and then last but not least, Prince Aaron Weber. What do you spend your 2 downtime on?
Damn. I was thinking about doing a long-term project, but thinking about a long-term project would be kind of difficult right now. So I guess
pick a whimsical thing that you think would be super cool.
You can make a new gun.
You can make a new gun. You can make a new face.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's something I already have, a fine disguise kit.
You can begin to influence a certain gang that does not...
a new gang.
A new gang. Oh.
How is that going to help? I wonder, like at the end of the day, is mechanically, what's our goal here? Are we going to take over Mylera?
You know, you have an entire map for your crew, and there's these like mechanical bonuses your crew can get. That in order to get them, because those are like turfs or pieces of territory, all of those belong to somebody. A mission could be to take it.
Like take another section of the city?
Yeah. You live in 6 towers, that's kind of cool, and you've got your own tower. That's fine. Wouldn't it be cool to own a little bit more?
Would that be... is that something that people want? From the table?
It's growth.
Yes. It's growth. It's more power and influence. More doors are opened. Yes.
What does Prince want?
I noticed no one else tried to do that.
Yeah, I kind of want to do something else. And, like, thematically, I'm thinking, after the massive fucking shit show that happened...
It was wild.
We're missing our quote-unquote... Our leader's gone. He's lost. No one knows where he is. Right?
Oh, that's true.
I like to think that he overdid it, and he's just possessed for like the next couple like a week or something.
Yeah, but we don't know where you went.
No, he's just out.
He's just gone.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
I guess my long-term project would be organizational structure and fucking taking. I don't know how like Sadie said, like growth or taking over another section. How can we mechanicalize that?
So mechanically, if you want to do that, you can tell me that you want to do that, and we can build a mission around that, a score, to take that territory, and then I'll give you the prompts and everything. So you don't have to spend time doing that here. What you can do instead as a long-term project is to you said something about like improving the organization or like making it more robust. There is a factor in your crew called tier. That you're tier 0, and over mechanical bonuses you become higher in tier. There are also like keywords that your crew has. Right now it's like professional with quotation marks around it. One of the things that you can do is to try to work toward getting a new keyword. So if you're like organized or well established or well connected, right? That could be a long-term project where the prince is working the shadows in the background over scores to give you that established keyword. Because then when I make certain rolls, like you remember that fortune roll that we did that you absolutely lucked out of and you really shouldn't have been able to get away with that? So fortune rolls like that, instead of using mechanics like your stats into effect, I just look at circumstance and keywords. Something to think about.
So, and that would help us either mechanically get more rolls, or would that be? I don't. Maybe I'm.
The time comes for when I have to make a roll that none of your actions can do. So if it's like, and this is straight up the red sashes versus the devil dogs, even though the players may not be involved in the fight because you're doing something else, it's the remnants of your gang, your NPCs, the collective organization that is your crew, but not the PCs. I would roll using fortune, and then I would establish whether or not your tier, your tags, your keywords, or anything like that contribute toward helping you out in those kind of situations. So basically, you are fleshing out the flavor of the crew in a way that mechanically may be relevant for specific situations, which you can, push me in the direction of doing that way, right? Like I noticed that you brought up like, yeah, I have my 2 crew, the gang members, my cohorts. I'm like, that's fine. That doesn't really do too much right now. But if you lean into that, we may be able to flesh that out. Like maybe part of it is you recruit more people for the cohort. I don't know.
What do you guys? Does anyone have an opinion on how to proceed forward, like in terms of a long-term like game plan? Do we want to grow? Do we want to take over? Do we want to?
You could also like grease the palms and make more higher-powered friends. Like, for example, someone in the Imperial military, the most powerful faction in the entire city, or the city council, or the Leviathan Hunters, or any of the high rollers.
I mean, at this point, I kind of want to take over the dock. Fuck that.
You want to take over the dock, huh?
Is there anything you can do with the lair or the tower, long-term project-wise?
Sure. He could, I mean, whatever he really wants to do that would apply some kind of fictional benefit. So he could turn it into a more robust recruiting operation. He could fucking booby trap the shit out of it in case somebody decides to attack it.
Yeah, that's until fucking Brick comes back from a bender and then steps on a trap and then fucking there's his leg.
Or there isn't his leg and you're like, oh, I gotta add more. That's not, yeah.
No, I want my long-term project to take over.
Okay, yeah, turf.
Yeah, we want to take over the fucking dock.
Okay,
good.
so
Yeah, I like it.
I think then to do that, let's start a clock. We'll start a 12-segment clock because that's actually a pretty big deal. Actually, no, 10-segment. The dock isn't that crazy. And how would you go about it? Are you now like schmoozing, wheeling and dealing, talking to people, making friends, and growing influence? Are you kidnapping people and threatening them and their families if they don't submit?
No, I would argue that I would be swaying people, like explaining, how, what are they called? The red sashes are unfit for their tenure and the amount of responsibility that they have and the economic and control of the river, of the docks themselves.
Yeah.
Is vitally important, and they're not doing. They can barely go against the lampbacks. We had to work for them. We had to do a job for them. They couldn't even do it themselves.
Well, I fucking love it, man. Okay, so you're trying to convince them to play for you.
I'm so here for that. That's
all
amazing.
right. Very good. Roll me. You're saying sway, right? You're thinking that you're talking to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Roll me your sway.
Fucking stressing.
Okay, you get +1 dice.
Cool. I can't position.
Risky standard. You could also give me a coin to increase the level of effect.
The level of effect.
Yes.
What does the level of effect do again?
So if you roll, if the result ends up being like a 1 to 3, I'll just give you 1 pip. 4 to 5, I give you 2. A 6, I give you 3, and a crit, I give you 5. Paying me a coin will let me bump up the reward tier so that even if you roll a bad roll, like just a 1, I will bump it up to giving you 2 pips. If you get 2 pips, I would give you 3 pips. If you get 3 pips, I would give you 5 pips.
Okay. And then the coin I can use to either pick another thing I can do, right?
So, yeah, you can either increase the level of effect for the thing that you're rolling, or you could just do it again.
Wouldn't that be, I'm trying to figure out, wouldn't that be better just to have another entire, because I know Dan did it, right?
I would, for me, I like rolling more.
Yeah. Like more dice?
No, I mean rolling more often.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I guess we'll just do standard and we can just try again, right?
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, just see what this goes. So risky standard, and then you get your +1
bonus
dice,
dice.
you're pushing yourself.
Yeah.
Whoa! Double 6! So that's a crit.
That's a double 6.
That's a crit. This is actually pretty big because you are halfway to taking over the docks. Jeez.
Hell yeah.
Holy shit. No, yeah, I feel like it's a montage right now of Prince just going to a lot of like backroom meetings, meeting with like different lower level gangs, talking with all like the families and the shop owners. It's like the intro to like the Godfather movies where he's just making a bunch of connections and everybody is starting to know who Prince is and respecting him. And you can see like the Sash is kind of like looking at him weird, like, isn't he supposed to be our friend kind of deal? And like, yeah, we're still friends. We're still friends. Alright, so that was a pretty hot roll, bud. You want to do it again?
And I need to get to 10?
You need to get to 10 ticks. You're at 5.
Do it again.
Fucking...
What are you rolling? Is that as your second act? As your second?
Has a second downtime, yeah.
I have a second downtime if I roll again. Wait, what happens if I roll poorly? If I roll a 1?
You don't want to clear any stress? You don't want to indulge your life?
Well, we'll see, because he can spend the coin to get a third one.
Yeah,
okay.
I can always...
If you roll well enough, you could do it right now, in theory.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm saying.
If it goes bad, then I'll tell you the consequence.
Oh, there's a consequence to this? Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not blades in the light.
It's not. Yeah, exactly. It is
That's
blades in
right.
the dark.
That's
I
right.
guess
Stab in the back.
we're gonna do it again. Fuck it.
You want to push yourself?
6 out of 9.
Okay, baby. Let's go.
So it would be
Continue the
position.
montage.
What is it? Controlled?
It's
Oh no, I did
standard.
risky, standard, and then +1.
Ooh, baby got a 6. All right, so 6 gives you 3 more ticks. So 1, 2.
That's amazing. He's almost
3.
taken over the docks by himself.
I think at this point you kind of start seeing more of like the crews and the families of the docks and like the workers themselves. They kind of like don't really talk to the sashes anymore, right? Like they walk by and normally they expect their ties and they're like, just fuck off, mate. And then immediately the next scene is them like coming to meet with Prince and they're like, oh, thanks for making time for us. You know, we're so happy to be here. So yeah, definitely the sashes are about to be pushed out of the docks in terms of their influence. We're almost there. You are out of downtime actions unless
I coin.
you coin.
But the problem here is if I coin. Wait, I'm at. How many more do I need to complete this?
You need 2.
2 more?
2. So I need to roll
a
what? 3?
4?
Or
You have a lot of stress.
I have a lot of stress. Yeah, I'm 6 out of 9 on stress. So as a group,
And and I should also let you know, you can also pull from the cruise coin or rep.
wait, what?
I think you'll find one day you come by the church and there's a envelope there with your name on it, and inside there is a coin.
Oh my God! What a team player!
So
Reverend
my
is
major
letting
concern
you
is-
use a coin in addition, so that might help you with stress.
Yes, that's my concern. Is that I will be effectively null come next session if I re-stress. Right? To guarantee. I really hope that a lot
Blades
comes from
in
this.
the stress.
Blades in the stress. Right? So I popped the coin.
Yep.
Right? So now I have a third action. Cool. The question that I asked the group to make sure that I'm right, do I stress this? That's the question.
Wait, so if he stresses this, can he spend another coin to get a 4th action to remove the stress
He sure
with his
can.
vice? Okay, then
Oh.
why not?
Yeah, that's not that. Actually, yeah, that's not that bad.
Ryan gave you a coin, so you
Yep.
can stress this and then de-stress.
So we're doing risky, and then standard +1, and I need a what?
You need just to roll. Any of these need to be a 4 or a 5.
Motherfucker! Easy.
Okay, so what's a 3?
That's rough. All right, so you get another
That's a crit
tick.
fail.
You need another tick.
You're 9 out of 10.
You're 9 out of 10. But I think this is what's happening. The next time you roll, the sashes actually are looking for you.
Oh my god.
You can do the next one and roll this flat, but it's desperate now. And
It looks
if you
like we're
get
going
caught-
after the sashes next time, boys.
If you get caught, they are probably going to hurt you real bad.
But if I
YOLO!
But if you win, you have the people of the docks behind you and the devil dogs.
win, oh wait, so wait, I thought the sash. We just eat the sash.
No, you're trying to push them out of the
Okay.
docks.
You're eating their turf.
We're just
You're taking
we're just
their
eating
turf.
the turf. Hmm.
I'm
How does that
going
work on
to...
a relationship with them.
They're not happy with you.
Because we're at what? We're at 0 with them now.
Yeah.
1. Oh.
No, I'm gonna flip them. They play for the 5 rings now.
Yeah, because they play for the fucking clowns, or they're in bed with the clowns now.
They're in bed with the clowns now.
I'm just gonna go ahead and give Prince my coin.
Oh shit.
Oh my
God.
Let's go.
Oh
funnel
my God.
Prince.
So you can,
cannot-
so you can get
I
rid
need
of
to
your
de-stress.
stress.
I
Yeah.
have to de-stress.
Yes.
I don't have a choice.
All right. So Unless you will get this with this next roll. I'm just curious to see if you are going to be shot for it.
Yeah, effectively, yes. Am I going to die?
It's a desperate roll.
Well, wait. I should de-stress first, and then. So I'm gonna use Barry's coin.
Okay.
To indulge my vice.
It has been a hellish couple weeks for you, and you have been dodging a lot of not just the red sashes themselves, but like a lot of like affiliated thugs. In fact, in one of the alleys that you go, you actually see a little poster with your face, your likeness on it. It says, "Have you seen this man? Contact the nearest department for the red sashes. We're interested in meeting with this person."
I look at the picture. I'm a little upset. They got my nose wrong.
I got you. And I think like if you're in the docks, you actually do see there is like a group of urchins who like take the pictures. They look at you, they look at the pictures, and they like rip the photos off the walls, and they give you the thumbs up, like, "We're with you, Prince."
Oh God.
You get the spibbity toilet thumbs up.
Yep, the spibbity bit. Yep. I need to indulge my vice. I'm gonna go to a pleasure house. And
all right.
I need to relax.
Take that chill pill.
Get a massage. A nail massage, like a back scratching. Ooh. And I just want to hear the mistress's day.
It's actually where Bricks works, so you get Bricks.
Yeah, oh, really?
So
it's just Bricks giving you a back massage, just like, tell me about your day.
Oh, Prince, all right,
little boy, tell me about your day.
Been working really hard out there, at the docks. That's pretty fun. I'm gonna work hard on you now.
Did someone order a deep tissue massage?
I actually gained 2 stress. I'm now in trauma.
You also have level 2 harm, broken back. Oh my God! All right, roll.
Dr. Bricks.
Indulge.
Insight?
Well, yeah, he's
doing his internship there.
His internship. No. Roll. Do indulge vice. It's the button on your sheet, and it'll automatically roll your lowest. Oh yeah. Is that
nice?
Wait a minute. Is it take the lowest?
Oh, wait, no, never mind.
Take the lowest.
Okay,
yeah.
So you get 2
-2. Yeah, I thought he rolled a 6, and I'm like,
1,
motherfucker, this is good. Okay, good. So then you've got one more coin left. Are you going to try to finish this?
Which is my coin.
Yes,
of course we're going to try to finish this. It's my coin.
I want to see. This is desperate. I'll put it even as a great effect here.
Wait, so if I only need 1 pip...
You don't even have to stress.
I don't have to stress myself, because even if I roll...
You just got to sign the dotted line.
Just.
Yeah, because my fear is that if I roll a 1, it comes with, with the fucking shiv.
Yes.
I think
but
that
if I roll...
regardless.
Oh, it happens regardless.
Well... If you get a 4 or a 5, I will probably not hurt you so bad.
No, I mean, even if you stress and get a 1, you're still gonna get fucked, I think.
Yes.
No, but
And you can also do resistance roll to, if I do shoot you in the chest, to try to mitigate that, resist it, right?
With stress.
With stress, precisely.
So you do a poison promise here too?
You want the devil's bargain?
Or yeah.
Okay.
Is there a devil's bargain?
I can make a devil's bargain happen.
Oh God, I don't think I should be making a devil's bargain when I fucking consume an organization.
Absolutely. You want to hear it?
Can I ask what it is?
I'm just saying you should look at all your options.
Yeah. What's my option?
Well, if you take the devil's bargain, they're going after loots.
Oh, dude, he's our fucking tavern owner,
instead of you.
No, fuck that. A good leader fucking puts himself in the fire.
Lutz likes that. Lutz like that.
Lutz will remember.
How did you know that, Lutz? I'm sorry.
Shut up, Lutz. You didn't know it. You didn't know he was there.
Sorry. I like the character.
I need the trauma. I guess position risky.
No, position is desperate.
Oh, desperate.
Yeah.
Whoops. Cancel.
Ooh, you get experience for this.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Position desperate. Effect standard.
Yeah.
Bonus dice none. Oof.
You get a 5. This is what happens. You meet up with the remainder of like the dock workers, there's a man named Shiv who works out of there who notices that you've done a great job at unifying the families of the docks and spreading like the promises and the protection that the devil dogs may be able to provide for the docks themselves. You are signing a decree that lets the people of the docks know that they are with you and you are with them. When a shot rings out from behind you, you can feel, as if it was in slow motion, the bullet enter your side and then spewing right the fuck back out into the front, spilling your blood all over your decree that you are together. You suffer rank 2 or level 2 harm, shot in the back. And as you are bleeding and you lean forward, you're not dead yet. You can feel the life sapping out of you. The assassin is here, and you may not be ready to fight them. Your crew isn't here, but the people of the docks are. And you can hear them scream, "There he is! Get him!" And you can see a tussle turn out where several people who you're meeting with get cut down by this masked assassin, but eventually they wrestle him to the ground and begin to pummel and wail on him. They bring him over to the table, take out a large knife, his knife, right? And you can see that it is a ceremonial saber of the sashes. Shiv
Don't kill him.
grabs the blade and goes, "He shot you. It's justice." He cuts his hand off right in front of you. The man screams, "Ah! Oh God! Fuck! Fuck! Fuck me!" It's like, "Not yet. Not yet, you're not." And then he's like kind of like bleeding and being held out. "Now what would you have us do with him, boss?" It's your call.
Who's in the room? It's just me and the dock people?
It's you, Shiv, and like a ton of people from like the docks labor unions, the different like storefronts and everything, the people that you've been dealing with and meeting with for these last weeks. And they look towards you to see what is the fate of your would-be assassin.
Send fucking how fucked up am I right now?
Are you about to send a message to Mylera?
What? What?
I mean, you're bleeding.
I'm bleeding, but how? Like, did I get like? I got shot in the chest, shot in the shoulder, shot in the abdomen, shot.
You're shot
like,
rank 2 harm, so I imagine that the bullet must have passed through you and somehow miraculously not hit a vital organ.
Vital.
It's still
like,
rank 2 harm. You have been shot in the back. It's not. You don't want to take another one of those.
Okay. Everyone knows what's happening. I guess fucking have the dock people take it to the lieutenant. Because obviously Max is still MIA.
Yeah.
No idea where he is. So right now, the person that has the most experience would be the lieutenant. And then I'm fucking dying. Fucking bring me to a doctor? Not Brick! Specifically, not Brick.
But he is
I'll
learning.
get you fixed up, Governor.
No worries there. All right.
What about BD?
Is BD a doctor?
No, BD.
Oh, I thought you were
Ghost
bringing
things.
BD. I thought BD could
Taliesin
bring-
knows alchemical stuff. Taliesin can help you.
Okay,
God.
that makes more sense.
All right. So
I rather be brought to Taliesin than brought to Brick.
we will play out what happens to your assassin or your would-be assassin in chat, and that's how you can determine how you want to send your message or whatever you want to do. I heard you have a pit in your tower. That could be interesting.
Put him in the cum pit.
Oh my God! Oh, the fucking head! I'm fucking bleeding! I know. This will be funny.
You'd send his hand back to what's her name, Miranda?
Yeah, send it to Mylera. It's
Send
like,
the hand back.
was Canavan the message? That was not the message.
Oh, send
This
the hand back
is
with
the message.
Did they find the bullet? Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in chat.
Have the hand closed around the bullet.
You should have aimed more carefully. All right, so I'm going to fill this out. Congrats. You
should aim more professionally.
Ooh! A professional wouldn't have missed this bat.
How about that for a professional?
I love it. So that is the end of the session there, with the long-term project finishing out that, thanks to Prince's efforts, the docks are now under the influence and protection of the Devil Dogs. While mechanically, you'll still have to go on a score in order to be able to get the bonuses that come with the new turf. Thematically, you ain't gonna be paying no more tithes to the Sashes in this region, because
that's true.
They don't answer to them anymore. They answer to the Devil Dogs.
Wait, since the money doesn't go to the Sashes anymore, does it go to us?
We have to do a score in order to be able to establish that. Or, in the future, we could set up a long-term project.
Okay.
Wow! Well, that was an exciting way to end the downtime. They tried to shoot. They tried to assassinate you. What the fuck?
I was gonna say they didn't try to shoot him. They did shoot him.
They did shot him,
Yeah.
but then he
They
didn't die.
literally shot me.
And then all the fucking dock workers beat the shit out of him and cut his hand off. And
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
that was pretty fucking cool. Hey, man, unions, right? All right,
Unions, am I right?
unions. They're fucking dangerous, guys. The guy that tried to kill you was actually Jeff Bezos, and now he's in it. All right.
Yep.
So now that we're done with the session, we'll just go over really quick. Look at your playbooks. Let's go ahead and assign XP. So look at the first prompt for your XP. Did you... what am I saying? Where's your damn thing?
It's on. You were there. It's on the bottom. Playbook
Oh, we're at the
advancement.
Bottom left.
Thank you. All right, so every time you roll a desperate action, I imagine everybody has already done this. They've counted their desperate actions, they've marked XP in their attributes. At the end of each session, look at your items below, mark 1 XP or 2 XP if you did this multiple times. Number 1, you did a thing with your playbook thing. So if you felt like you're a sway kind of person, or you convinced people with social and you did it once, mark an XP. Did it a lot of times, mark 2 XP. Same thing with weird if you're like a whisper, violence if you're a cutter, that kind of thing. So 1 if you did it once, twice if you did it more.
Okay.
Next one. Did you express your beliefs, drives, or heritage, or backgrounds in this thing? Again, mark 1 XP if you feel like you did it at least once, and twice if you felt like you really hammed it on for the session. And then the
I
last...
think the heritage one counts for the three of us who did the Skovlander.
Yeah, I think I did it once.
Absolutely. We even established that, like, unfortunately, survivors of the Unification War have been branded.
When you play a leech or an XP when you address a challenge for technical skill or mayhem. So I'll just do that twice then for the mayhem.
Sounds like it. I mean, you did. you put people in danger. That was fun. BD definitely put people in danger. That was hilarious. BD is sitting in his room, just being like, "I'm just gonna
Single-handedly fucking
fire
chaos.
an ICBM of Ghost in your direction." What's this button do?
I'm sorry.
BD is just a drone operator sitting down, just
I don't
being
think
like,
BD
"All right,
needs
and
a
I smoked the
assessment."
bandit. Time for lunch."
Nice, Tango down. I got my degree from Obama. You hit the Hailfire missile. Let's go.
Fucking Christ.
All right, the last one. If you struggle with issues from your vice or your traumas during the session, mark an XP. And if you felt like you really, really struggled from your vice or your traumas, mark 2 XP. Okay.
Well, I did get cut
You
off from my
desperate?
magical ghost fluid, so yeah, I'll
Take
mark
one.
that.
Yep.
Do desperate positions count as XP as well?
Not for playbook. It's for
Okay, not for
attributes.
playbook. Just attributes. Okay.
Yep.
I've done 3 today.
So many of you actually should have gotten quite a bit, and I know that by next
I should mark
score,
1 too, because I did
you
roll
guys
desperate.
will,
at
some
least.
of you will probably level up. So what I would like you to do as homework is to look at your advancements, what you can get as advancements. Think about what you want to get after you do another score. All right, let's do the big one now. Let's talk about how the Devil Dogs leveled up. So at the end of each session, for each item below, mark 1 XP or mark 2 XP if it occurred multiple times. So this is a collective thing. Did the Devil Dogs execute a successful battle, extortion, sabotage, or smash and grab? I love that it was like, let's start with deception, but let's end with Armageddon.
To be
Technically,
fair,
we accomplished the mission. It's just there's an asterisk after.
Yep.
I think that as a smash and grab, there was a lot of smashing, and there indeed was grabbing. I would definitely get you at least 1 XP, but do you think that it really went well for the 2?
I
mean, to be fair, we did get the fortune roll.
According
6,
to the fortune roll, alright, I would give you that, because, and you shouldn't have it, but I'll give you that, because technically, canonically speaking, somehow at the end of all of that, you fast forwarded to the good ending.
I mean, think about what happened. A ghost showed up.
That's true.
And it literally caused no problems at all.
No, multiple ghosts showed up.
Well, no, it was the same ghost.
At least. Oh, was it? It was the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, just being summoned around by BD. And then we got out of there just fine. Everybody was like, this is great. Blow up the wall.
This is great.
Finally, somebody agrees with me.
And then there were machine guns shooting at us. None of us got hit.
It's because of the smoke. I popped the
We
smoke.
got attacked by fucking
Shaco.
Ghost clowns.
Yeah.
And the worst that happened is he poked me a little bit in the back. It was amazing, considering all the shit against us.
And
High five,
I'm now
Bricks.
the one true king of Skovlander. It's great.
Yeah, exactly. Possessed by a sword. Danny
What
got
are you
his
talking
ribs
about?
cracked.
Sword
You got
time.
poked.
What have we done?
A fucking quarter of my blood is somewhere.
And we control the docks. Like,
A quarter
you
of
know,
your
bitch,
blood
bash,
is on
bosh,
the
it's all
decree
sorted.
of the Devil Dogs Charter for the dogs. I love that your protection was
The
sealed with
bloody
your
charter.
blood. The bloody charter! Oh, man. Alright, okay. You swayed me. You get 2 XP for that first one. The second
Jesus
one.
Christ.
Did you contend with challenges above your current station? Do you feel like you were the underdogs? Do you feel like things were set up in a way that put you at really big danger?
We
Mark
literally
one
got
if you
attacked
think.
by an army of Shakos.
Okay, yep, that's true. That did happen.
And
It's
then
because
I
y'all
don't-
kept saying, Devil's Bargain, Devil's Bargain, Devil's Bargain, Devil's
Yeah,
Bargain.
hey, I was gonna say, I don't know if you remember, but then the religious people with the fucking Gatling guns came out of nowhere.
It's just, it's
I
like
remember.
you play and played up, and that guy just keeps using the phone call to be like, call the next customer, call the next
Literally.
customer, let him come in. We're not ready, we're not ready. Yeah, you can come on now. The line is so long, and they all want to kill us. I'm still cleaning the dishes. Okay, I'll give you 2 for that. You did unfortunately have to face off against 3 different factions. All right, did you bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one?
We have the docks.
Yeah, I'd say that's Prince.
Protector of
Think
the
that one.
docks. You will get.
I don't know if we bolstered it for professionalism, but we did. We did handle the docks pretty well. Or Prince did, rather.
Prince in the docks.
It's
I mean,
Prince,
everyone-
and then like
everyone
everybody
funded it.
bankrolling
Like, the
Prince.
The Prince of the Docks.
Yeah, everyone
Like
funded
King
it.
in the
And
North.
I pulled a
Prince
bullet
in
out
the
of you.
North.
It's
Prince
great.
in the docks. The Prince. We didn't do that yet. What?
Oh, we didn't pull the bullet out yet? Oh,
We'll,
okay.
we'll do it in chat. We'll do it in chat.
We'll do it in post. It's fine.
We'll do it in post. All right. I'll tell you what. I'll give you the 2 here. You're bolstering your rep by doing an absolutely out-of-this-world job that everyone knows Devil Dogs for. Perhaps you're not known for your professionalism, but you are certainly known for somehow pulling an absolute fucking shit show out of the fire. And now you're also the Prince of the Docks. So you'll get 2 there.
Wait. We never used our dangerous when we were rolling, did we?
Oh no!
PC may act.
No, you should have. You should have that on your sheet.
Point.
You just get a permanent +1 in skirmish, probably. That's what I did.
I did.
Oh.
I did skirmish too.
Maybe I did that.
Yeah, you should have 3 if you did.
Yeah, make sure
You start
that
out
you.
with 2.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Um,
No, I only have 7 points, which is what you can assign.
Yeah, so you should have 8.
Oh. Well, I'm gonna put it in hunt.
I think you just get +1 action rating to hunt, skirmish, and reg.
No, it says or.
Or okay.
Or
Well, but it's like
Yeah,
you may
hunt,
add
comma,
+1
skirmish,
to
or.
any of these though. Like, is that when you roll? So it's basically
Oh.
you get a +1 every time you roll any of those 3.
I guess at that point it's just one dot. To
Yeah,
be
you
fair.
don't. I don't think you pick. You just whatever it is when you do
One
hunt,
dot.
skirmish, or wreck.
Okay.
Get a +1, which is encouraging you to make. If you're good at hunt, do a lot of hunt. If you're good at skirmish, do a lot of skirmish.
I am none of those things, so
Well, but that also
we're
is
gonna
good
build
because
up.
if you don't have any of that, you have a chance to do something good at skirmish or at wreck. You won't be rolling at a 0.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do the last one. Express your goals, drives, inner conflict, or the essential nature of the crew. I think one of them, the goals of the crew, growth, occurred because of the seizing of the docks. What about drives, inner conflict, the essential nature? Is the essential nature just like chaos?
Exist.
Is it?
We
fucking
certainly
shit up?
had internal conflicts.
There was a scene
Yeah.
where everybody was like, "No, I need the body. No, let's rip out the neck."
I need to turn him into a sword.
What are you talking about?
And
You're welcome, by the way, because the sword was the devil's bargain.
John
Yeah,
told me
that's true.
not to tell about the sword, and I immediately told
That's
about the
true.
sword.
Thought
All
about
right,
the sword.
all right. You get
And now
two.
I'm cursed
You get 2.
with
So
sword.
the crew
So
should
8 out
have
of
gotten
10.
a total of 8 experience for this. So Dan, can you do me a favor? Can you mark 8 on the sheet?
I got it.
And I think the cap is 10, so your crew is 2 away from an advancement. Nice! Alright, guys. That is episode 1 of Strays in the Dark. Thank you so much for coming.